Say it again. You go. I have trouble with it. Okay. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Irvington Planning Board meeting of June 3rd, 2026. The village people, right? Village attendees are Sarah Palermo. She's the gatekeeper on the Zoom. Ed Marin, building inspector. Doug Hahn, consultant engineer to the village. Mary Ann Stesses, the village attorney. Zara Egal, she's sitting in for Lori Litowitz, who'll be here around 8:15. She had an engagement. Dan McGillicott, I'm Caesar Freddie Chairman, Mike Smith, and Mike Pafuco. The first order of business would be the minutes of May 6th, 2026. Mary Ann.
I never got them. We didn't get the minutes back yet.
Okay, so we will do the May 6th minutes at the next meeting. We've been busy on other things. Okay, I'd just like to remind everyone that June 6th, Saturday, is anniversary of D-Day. Let's remember all those boys who didn't come home. All right, the order of business, number 1, 55 Field Terrace. Number 2, 20 Willow Street. Number 3, 12 Hudson Road East. Number 4, 16 Riverview Road. Number 5, Castle Road, lot number 2. Number 6, 1 Heritage Hill Road. Number 7, 19 Matheson Park. Number 8, 21 Langdon Avenue. And number 9, 76 North Broadway, AKA Varma, AKA Nassau. Sarah, we have number 1 up. Sarah, you, I think I included the others, right? You know the order. Sarah? Oh. Not hearing you, Doug.
Oh, sorry, I was waiting till you talked to everybody. They're both of us are here. This is Renee Byers, landscape architect, and Doug McClure, representing the Welch's of 55 Field Terrace.
Evening, everyone.
Okay. So you went to the ZBA?
We went to the ZBA and they, we received our variance with a unanimous vote. And we have, to our knowledge, answered all the comments. There was, I think, there was a typo in our reply to the Han comments. And I sent a note over yesterday to clarify that. Everything was included in the drawings, but I think something might have dropped off the thumb drive. But I'm happy to go over any of that tonight or at a separate time, whatever anyone would like.
Sarah, you weren't here for the first.
I was not, no.
You have any questions on this?
I did not.
Okay. There's some outlying details, pool fence details. Need some details later, and the sewer line details. Doug, you want to go through the sewer line?
We need details for the manhole.
You got the, it's in your memo, I guess.
Yes.
And Ed, you have the pool fence details?
Yeah, we need to go over climbability of the existing walls. We can do it with photographs, or we can do it in a meeting.
But those are things that can be resolved at the permit application process, right, Ed?
Yeah, I just worried about getting the fence details done before the ARB.
Okay. Did you hear that?
We hear that. We're happy to work with Ed on that. That's fine.
In fact, I saw the agenda was the 22nd, the next meeting.
ARB?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's, yeah.
So you need to get those details done before that.
We will do it.
They-
The deadline
The deadline is passed.
Oh, well, the deadline is passed.
It's, yeah, I think we're on, we'll aim for the following meeting.
Oh,
So
okay.
we got time to get it done. I just didn't want to.
Mary Ann, any questions on this? We're about to approve it. Anybody have any last minute questions? Sarah, anybody on the Zoom want to comment on this?
Nobody's raising their hand to speak and there are no comments in the chat.
We're okay moving forward?
Yes.
You want to read the resolution? Mary
Yeah.
Ann?
Whereas in May 2026, David and Julia Welsh applied for site development plan approval to construct a garage and reconstruct a swimming pool and cabana, as well as associated site walls in the stormwater system at their house at 55 Field Terrace. Whereas the proposed improvements would require a variance for coverage, which the zoning board of appeals granted on May 26th. Con Engineering reviewed the plans and in a memorandum dated May 4th, identified a number of issues which were largely addressed in the subsequent submission. And where Suzanne Nolan, the village's landscape consultant, reviewed the plans and in a memorandum dated May 4th, made several recommendations which were addressed in the subsequent submission. Planning board held a public hearing on the application on May 6th and June 1st. It's type 2 action under secret, therefore requires no environmental review. Now therefore be it resolved that the planning board grants the application for site development plan approval for the improvements reflected in the drawings entitled Welsh Residence prepared by Renee Byers, landscape architect, and then the sheets are listed. The drawings entitled Proposed Site Improvements 55 Field Terrace prepared by Hudson Engineering and Consulting, also detailed. And the drawings entitled Welsh Residence prepared by Mixie Architecture. All that, okay, subject to complying with the items in Hans memo dated June 1st, 2026.
Any questions on the resolution? Board? I make make a motion to approve the resolution as read.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No objection. Okay, you're all done. Get that work done, as Ed pointed out prior to.
We will.
ARP.
We will.
Thank you
Thank you
very
very
much.
much. Have a
Thank
good
you very much.
Thank
Have a
you.
great evening.
Yeah,
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Number 2. 20 Willow Street.
Audio. Good evening. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Great. I'm Jim Metzger. I'm the architect representing the Rakelands at 20 Willow Street. We also have on the call tonight, Jim, I'm hoping I pronounced your last name correctly, Anataricchio. And if I got that wrong, you'll correct me. When we last came before you, we had issues at 20 Willow Street involving stormwater runoff calculations and how to deal with that. And then a few other details involving things like putting drains and making sure we protect the site properly and that we locate existing utilities such as the house drain before we start construction and make sure those are protected. So we have added all of those items to the drawings. We submitted them to you. Con Engineering came back yesterday with their letter saying there are no objections to the site plan approval. And if you'd like, I'm happy to go through the changes we made to the drawings.
That's okay.
Okay,
And you already gone to the ZBA for the variance.
that's correct. Yes, we received
Okay.
approval from ZBA.
This is that area where yeah, the lots are too small, the houses are too big, but you got your variances. Okay. Doug, you got the stormwater stuff that, as he said, you know, they got
Yeah, no
everything.
objections. They addressed it.
We can't have that. We gotta find something.
Got stuff before.
Okay. Any questions from the board?
Nothing.
Sarah, anything from the Zoom?
Nobody's raising their hand to speak and there are no comments in the chat.
Okay, Mary Ann?
Whereas in February 2026, Rebecca and Glenn Rathmond applied for site development plan approval to construct an addition and deck on their house at 20 Willow Street, which lies in the Village's View Preservation Overlay District. Whereas the improvements would require variances for coverage and FAR, which the zoning board of appeals granted on February 24th. Con engineering reviewed the plans, and a memorandum dated February 2nd and March 2nd identified a number of issues which were addressed in subsequent submissions. Suzanne Nolan, the village's landscape consultant, reviewed the plans, and the memorandum dated February 2nd and March 3rd made several recommendations that were addressed in subsequent submissions. Planning board held a public hearing on the application on February 4th, March 4th, and June 3rd. Proposed improvements would not affect the view of the Hudson River from neighboring properties. It's type 2 action under SEQA and therefore requires no environmental review. Now therefore be it resolved that the planning board grants the application for site development plan approval for the improvements reflected in the drawings entitled Rathmond Residence prepared by Jim Metzger. Drawings are laid out, and a site plan for 20 Willow Street prepared by Cronin Engineering. And there are no conditions to this.
Any questions on the resolution?
No. No questions. No.
I make a motion to approve the resolution as read. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
Jim,
you.
thank you for your contributions tonight. They were very valuable.
Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.
Take care. Okay, number 3, 12 Hudson Road East.
Good evening, members of the board. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. My name is Alan Ross. I'm the architect representing the Haters, the owners of the home at 12 Hudson Road East. This application last had a continuation approved by the planning board on April 2nd, 2025. If you like, I could share my screen.
Yes, I think we'd like to see the screen, please.
Right.
The site plan.
Yep. So from the previously approved design, the net impervious surfaces are being reduced by 125 square feet, and the net lot coverage is being reduced by 319 square feet. The most significant change, if I zoom in here, is a 218 square foot reduction in the lot coverage of the patio. This red area here is being removed. This toned area here, hatched area, is being added for that net reduction. The advantage is that this patio is now further away from this property line. There are other couple minor reductions in the lot coverage totaling 101 square feet. And this open pergola here is being deleted from the project. It's removed entirely. That doesn't affect lot coverage or impervious area. At the front yard, where the driveway is modified slightly to help keep vehicles, particularly delivery vehicles, from running over and dislodging the Belgian block curb. The width of the curb cut here at the street is unchanged. That's pretty much it. I'm happy to go into any detail or answer any questions.
Yeah, the overall coverage is less than what we approved.
Correct. Yeah, the overall lot coverage is a reduction of 319 square feet.
Okay. I have no question. Is that all right?
I think I'm okay.
Okay.
I'm fine.
Mike,
No questions.
Mike,
No questions.
Sarah, anything in Zoom?
Nobody is raising their hand to speak, and there are no comments in the chat.
Yeah, this was previously approved, and the only change is what you just explained.
That is correct.
Was
Okay.
approved twice. Okay, whereas in August 2024, Colette and Jawad Hager received conditional site development plan approval to remove an existing wood deck, build a small addition to the rear of their house, and make other improvements to their property at 12 Hudson Road East, and were issued a building permit on November 18th, 2024. Whereas in April 2025, the applicants received amended site development plan approval to increase the addition and replace a planting bed with bluestone pavers. And whereas in June 2026, the applicants applied for further amended site development plan approval to remove a pergola and large planting beds and modify a patio and driveway. The town engineering reviewed the plans, and in a memorandum dated June 1st stated he had no issues with the amendments. Planning board held a public hearing on the application on June 1st. It's type 2 action under secret, therefore requires no environmental review. Now therefore be it resolved, planning board grants the application for revised site development plan approval of the improvements in the drawings entitled 12 Hudson Road East Residence prepared by Alan Ross Architecture, and the sheets are detailed. No, there's no condition.
Thank you, Mary. I make a motion to approve the resolution as spoken.
Second.
In favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you very much, and
Thank-
hope the client enjoys the patio.
Okay, well, wonderful. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
All right, number 4, 16 Riverview Road.
Hi, everyone.
We hear you, but we don't see anything yet. Oh, there you go.
How's that on the screen now?
Yes, very good. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Pete Gulick from Mike Lewis Architects in Dobbs Ferry, presenting 11 Riverview Road for our clients August Iorio and Anna Berg, who might be on with us here tonight. The existing house is a 1.5-story split level, and we're proposing a 700 square foot addition on the left-hand side and out towards the rear of the house on the east side. New windows, siding, and a stormwater retention system. I'll quickly go through the drawings and answer any questions you have. Just showing the house with the front, the side, the green here, and in the site plan, photo plan as the proposed addition right here, kind of pulling back where the fireplace is. And moving on to the site plan, the existing on the left, and then again, the proposed here on the right. We've got two incursions into the setback, one in the corner of the addition here and one under the existing front entry. And then a possible coverage issue when we've included the parking, overall coverage issue when we've included the parking here. Just onto the floor plans quickly.
Could you go back to that, please? The
Oh, sure.
parking.
I was just going through everything, not to skip over that one, just to. Up here,
Where's the garage? I think it's over on the left side.
the garage is on the left side here.
Okay,
So that's kind of the path.
Part of the driveway is not a driveway, so you counted that as coverage.
Yeah, I think it said include the parking, so, I took 2 spots generously and across there is the parking. So that's what I counted as the parking.
And we got that as coverage, right?
Can
Yeah,
you
that's
show
in the
us the,
coverage. Yep.
show us the revised coverage worksheet that you sent out?
Yeah, so that's included in this, and then
Correct.
also on the revised coverage worksheet that's here.
Okay. Can you zoom into the bottom calculation?
Sure, I
for
can.
existing
It's
overlay?
this is what I added, even though
Yep.
it says parking not included, but that 489, that's what I had added. So let me just zoom.
Okay.
There'll only be one space added.
That's one suite. That's one suite. Okay, thank you.
Now go to the
Sure.
neighborhood chart on coverage.
1 second, my I'm
Yeah, I heard the
spinning here.
thumb. There you go. Can you bring that up so we can see it?
Yeah, 1 minute, I'm sorry, my computer's just glitching for some reason on that. Down here, which one, I'm sorry?
Coverage neighborhood chart. Neighborhood comparison.
Oh.
I don't think we have that.
I thought you did.
What's
Ed,
that?
don't they have a neighborhood chart for coverage?
You have one. Oh, no, not for coverage, because they didn't. they
They're
didn't
not
need a variance.
over.
They're over only on the parking spaces.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah.
I am, okay, thank you. Good, go ahead, continue.
Oh, I thought I missed something in there. Okay, sorry. Just onto the floor plans again. The existing is up here on the top. Kind of come into a small entry. This is why we're kind of expanding this out 2 feet. And then this is the proposed area for the addition. So on the new one, you come into sort of an expanded entry mudroom, an open kitchen dining, and then this is the addition living in and Four Seasons sunroom. And then nothing else on the other floors. That's just the addition in this little sketch you see on the left.
So just to clarify, the bump out for the entrance is for a new mudroom?
It's
Like, what
not,
is the-
yeah, if when you look at this entry, it's very tight. So we're just proposing to move this wall 2 feet over. And it really just, it's enough that it makes it nicer and bigger just with that little incursion into the room there.
Thank you.
And then on to the elevations existing on the top and then proposed on the bottom. We're just bumping out the addition here. You can see the lines run diagonal here. So this is the corner that we clip on one of the setback lines, the side setback line. And then moving around the corner to the side, existing side addition. This is the one we're pulling right out with the new addition here below and extending out onto the back. And then on the left here, we've got looking from the deck back towards the side of the house, existing again and proposed down here.
Excuse me, it appears they're moving the chimney.
Correct.
Yeah, this is the existing and that's the existing too. So this is a new chimney, 20 feet out. That's it, a new chimney on our new addition.
Is that for the burner or just for the fireplace?
That's just, that's a gas burning fireplace, we think, but we'll see.
There's only a crawl space on it.
Okay,
Yeah, crawl space here, full cellar, but beyond crawl space below our new addition. And then the last series of elevations is the rear elevation. So this is the existing, that's the fireplace we're removing. New addition. Yeah, it looks exactly the same in the drawing. So, and that's the proposal. So, any questions or anything else?
that's your explanation and your pictorials here are very clear about what you're doing. We can really see what the extension looks like. Sometimes not everybody gets that. You did a good job on it.
Thank you.
Any questions? Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll come back. Bill,
Nothing at this point.
Dan, Mike Smith, no questions. Mike B,
No questions.
Sarah,
Nobody's raising their hand to speak and there are no comments in the chat.
I think I'm good.
okay, terrific. Okay, I think we're done here. Mary Ann? You did such a good job. You got the resolution on the first try.
Oh, thank you very much. With the new process, now I might like the process a little better.
Whereas in June 2026, August Diorio applies.
Hold, Mary Ann, sorry. On something. Attached to Doug Hahn's memorandum, there will be a memorandum from the village consultant architect for 16 Riverview Road. Pertains to a new window, some window information about the sunroom And that was from the village consulting architect, for your information. Doug, you got that attached to your memo? Okay. All right, I'm sorry. Thing's laying right in front of me and I skipped over it. Thank you. Go ahead. Start from the beginning.
Yes, sir. Okay, whereas in June 2026, August Diorio applied for site development plan approval to construct an addition to his house at 16 Riverview Road. Proposed improvements require variances for coverage, front yard setback, and side yard setback. On engineering reviewed the plans and in a memorandum dated June 1st identified a number of minor issues. Suzanne Nolan, the village landscape consultant, reviewed the plans and in the memorandum dated June 1st made several recommendations. Planning board held a public hearing on the application on June 3rd. It's a type 2 action under secret and therefore requires no environmental review. Now therefore be it resolved that the planning board grants the application for site development plan approval for the improvements reflected in the drawings entitled modifications to 16 Riverview Road, prepared by Michael Lewis Architects, subject to 1, getting variances from the zoning board of appeals for coverage, front yard and side yard setbacks, 2, complying with the items in Han's June 1st, 2026 memorandum, and 3, complying with the items listed in Nolan's June 1st, 2026 memorandum.
Okay, thank you, Mary Ann. Any
Okay,
questions
thank
on the
you very much.
resolution? Don't go away yet. We're not done. Any questions on the resolution? Make a motion to approve the resolution as read.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
No opposed. Okay. Thank you. You're all set.
Okay, thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Yeah, good job. Thank you.
Thanks again. Appreciate it.
Number 5. Castle Road, lot number 2.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Fantastic. All right, again, I'm Andrew Loy. I'm designer with Shapeless Studio. We're returning to present our progress on Castle Road, lot number 2, on behalf of the owners, Jennifer and Tarek. Tonight, I am here with our collaborators, Dirtworks Landscape Architecture and Cronin Engineering. Let's see, we were very happy to see that most of the comments we received from the last 2 board meetings have been since closed, though tonight we would like to resolve the few remaining comments from the Land Trust and Suzanne, kind of with the hope of getting a conditional approval on our application tonight. Before I hand things over to Jim and Julia, I did want to address Chet's first comment about the footing drain location in the conservation easement. So if I can share my screen real quick and kind of remind you what we're talking about. It's this outlet here in the easement connected to our footing drains below the cellar of the house. I did wish to share the verbiage from the agreement itself, because my reading of section 3.10 kind of suggests that drainage ways are actually permitted in the buffer subject to the planning board's approval. So if you look at the highlighted section here, drainage ways and or irrigation systems may be located anywhere on the conservation buffer subject to approval by the Irvington Planning Board, provided that they are constructed and located in a manner that minimizes erosion and adverse impacts on landscape quality. So in Chet's letter, he did rightfully state that the structures in quotes, are not permitted within this easement. But since this agreement, as I interpret it, defines the term kind of drainage ways separately from the term structures, this suggests to us that the components of the site's drainage systems are not actually structures and can be permitted within this easement as long as it's approved by the board. So I just wanted to make that clear before I turn it over. I just generally wanted to reiterate that if we look back at the site plan, the topography of the lot does fall in this direction. And since this pipe is fed by gravity, obviously this is the high point. The only low point on the site, which is below elevationally from the cellar footings, is within this conservation zone. So we were kind of unfortunately limited in our ability to relocate this. So I just wanted to make that very clear. So I think Jim can speak to the kind of flow rate of this outlet. Julia will speak to kind of the rain garden and landscape aspects of this outlet, as well as some of the other minor comments that Suzanne and the Land Trust sent to us. Before I turn it over to them, though, I did want to kind of reiterate that we're extremely eager to get our ducks in a row and begin planting and excavation in the fall. So respectfully, I mean, we have been before the board the last 3 cycles. So if there's anything we can push for a conditional approval tonight, that would truly help in keeping our construction horizon kind of on track. So Jim, Julia, I know you had-
One second, we're going to have some comments on whether that's a structure or drainage system. Ed?
Okay.
So-
I think Jim may have also had a few.
So I had a
questions.
phone call conversation with their engineer the day after the last meeting.
Okay.
Where we confirmed it's a structure according to the definition in our code. And there were discussions and deliberations on other ways to resolve this that were mentioned at the time. And none of them have been provided.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that, Ed. Can you repeat that?
You and I had a conversation the day after the last meeting where we discussed that any combination of building materials and structure in the Village of Irvington in the definitions. And then we did have a conversation about some alternate ideas which didn't materialize in this submission.
Well, that was after the submission deadline, though. We did talk.
No. We talked on the Thursday after the last meeting.
Are you talking about what the discharge point to look at, not the pipe itself? Because
The pipe was one issue and the dissipating structure was the second issue. Our conversation was about the dissipator.
So since our team meeting today, Julia from Dirtworks has come up with a detail of what could be done at the end of the drainage structure. I don't even want to call it a structure because I still don't agree that it's a structure. At the end of the footing drain, she came up with a detail that's not just a simple riprap, dissipation pad that we would typically put at the end of a footing drain. She came up with a detail that's more, it's really like an infiltration trench, as you and I did speak about. It's kind of a hybrid of that and a rain garden, if you will. It's, as far as structure goes, you and I may have talked about that, and I may have agreed with you at that point. I looked in the code today, and the definition of building and structure is interchangeable, right? And the first, under section 224.3, 2A, says any combination of materials forming any construction except where entirely underground so as to permit the use of the ground above the same as if no building was present. The term building shall include but not be limited to the term structure, as well as the following. So it goes on. But so this is a footing drain that is going to discharge water from it after a storm. It may never discharge water from it. I also want to be clear that this footing drain does not pick up the entire footprint of this house. The basement in this house is fairly small. It's under the northeast corner of the house itself. Mainly utility rooms, some storage. So at the last meeting, Chet got up and made some statements that there was insinuating that there was going to be a ton of water coming out of this pipe. It was going to erode the soils in the conservation buffer, because he mentioned that the roof leaders would be connected to it. He made mention of a very steep pitch on the pipe. None of those things are correct. You and I both know it's just the footings. We are dealing with the roof runoff via the Coltex. We're dealing with the runoff from the driveway via the Coltex. So the only water that's coming out of this footing drain is water that makes it to the footing drain around the basement portion of the house. The pitch in the pipe is fairly flat. There's probably a 2-foot pitch from the house to the point of discharge. If we, I said,
One second, please. I think the issue is a structure.
Yeah, I was just waiting for him to finish. I'll hand.
Yeah.
If you like.
We're talking structure.
Yeah.
I think
So,
we
Jim,
agree with you about the level of
yeah.
water, but
The
the
water
issue
isn't
is
the
having
issue, Jim.
structure in the buffer.
Jim, the water isn't the issue. The issue is the gravel on top of the surface.
okay, so
If it was underground, as if not to be there, it wouldn't count as a structure. You read it very clearly. That's the discussion we had.
So are we saying that if we bury the footing drain into a trench that the water will hopefully dissipate into and not get clogged, then it's not considered a structure? Or are we saying that it can drain to daylight, as we know it should, and go into some sort of...
It's your responsibility to make sure that runoff, if any, doesn't create any erosion.
Absolutely.
How you guys do that is up to you.
Well, can I share?
Several ideas were mentioned and it seemed viable, but what you came back with was no change from what you originally.
Can I share something that we came up with today?
You can, if you like, but it's not going to help today.
Well, I think it'll help.
Okay.
I mean, we all need to get this out in the open and talk about it. So, not to steal Julia's thunder, but this is what Julia came up with from Dirtworks. This is the footing drain coming into the conservation buffer.
We don't see it, Jim.
No, you don't.
You see you.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Is Julia in the room? I don't see her.
She's not in this room.
Okay. Someone raising their hand.
Sorry, I think I got it now. Sorry. Yep, see that? Did everybody see that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so this is a detail that we came up with. Julia came up with it. It is, we're even changing the color of the pipe to black PVC. So nobody it really is less visible than it would be if it were white, typically white, which is a footing drain typically is. We have a 3.5 foot total deep by 2 by 2 excavation here with geotextile fabric around it so it doesn't get clogged up. It's got a stone bed for this 2 by 2 by 2 foot section, and then it's got some native soil on top of that. We put a few stones right there just to kind of, in case, just to slow down any water that comes out of that. We could depress this slightly, bring it 6 inches down. This isn't a giant, area that we're talking about. Furthermore, it's going to be obscured by plantings. This is much closer to our side of the buffer than it is to, obviously, to the pathway around the Halsey Pond side. So we think that this is a good plan. But I mean, how do we get past the structure part? My company, my firm, we don't want to ask the owner here to build this as if the pipe is buried below ground into some sort of seepage pit or infiltration trench. That's just, Ed, that's not the way you do footing drains.
We never asked for that. Yeah, we never
I'm-
asked for that.
I'm
We
bringing
never asked for that. Daylighting is fine. It was the riprap that was the issue at all along. That looks like it'll work.
only the stones that were at the riprap pad.
The issue is the
That
stones
was the
above
only
grade.
issue? Well, I'm hearing, I don't, maybe I'm just confused. I'm hearing that the pipe is considered a structure and therefore the footing
We
drain
never
is.
said that, Jim. We said we were discussing the discharging riprap. That's what we've been discussing. This is on target. This is what you're comfortable submitting. This is on target what they're looking for. What will get you past the structure issue.
That's good news.
But that's not what we're seeing today.
It wasn't submitted. It hasn't been reviewed.
So you're saying if they come back with that, that would be acceptable?
Our engineer would probably sign off on it. Doug?
Seems fine to me.
Mary Ann?
Their call.
Okay. Okay, we have some other things that we can discuss. You come back with that, and Ed said that would solve the structure problem.
We have a pool fence issue.
And I'm gonna go through that. Okay? Anybody?
That's great news. I appreciate that.
1 second, we'll do one thing at a time.
Sure.
Anybody here on the board? This was a major issue last time. You weren't here. Because structures in the buffer is not just for everybody, including yourself. The buffer is not a screening operation, or it's a vegetative water filter. And it's very specific, and it was a long time in the subdivision approval to come up with this vegetative filter system.
I see.
And there was restrictions, one of which was no structures in it. Because it may interfere with the root zones of what we need to grow.
I was able to infer that from Chad Slatter.
Sorry for the delay, but Zara's just sitting in for the first time.
I have no
And-
questions.
Mike,
No questions.
Mike,
No questions.
and any Zoom on this one thing? We got 5 other things here. That
Somebody has their hand raised.
wouldn't be Chet by any chance.
Yes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, Chet, we're gonna do one at a time. We have other things that you wrote on that we'll cover.
Right. And so, first off, let me be very clear. I very much appreciate the efforts by the applicant to address what is an issue of the conservation easement, and I agree that the structure is the question, and I have to kind of look at what they come up with. But if Doug and Ed look at that and say that is not a structure, that will go, I think, could really solve this issue. I think that easement also talks about any improvements, but I'm not sure this is an improvement. So, but one thing I do want to say is, at the beginning, there was a comment that, oh, this could be a drainage way under section 3.10, and I have to address that quickly. There's New York State standards and specifications for erosion and sediment control for November of 2016 at page 3.9, which defines a drainage way. And what's before the board tonight is not a drainage way under that definition. But hopefully that becomes moot if they restructure it this way. So I'll leave it at that for the moment.
Thank you, Chet. You'll probably come back after we finish with the 5 or 6, because we got your letters, and I think a lot what you said is we incorporated into my next 5, 6 comments. Okay, thank you. Stay around, stay tuned. Okay, I got some other items on the deer fence. It should be black. Shouldn't be a problem for you. There are specific rules for deer fence that the ARB works on, and that's, you may want to write this down, 224-19.c, parentheses 4. There's very specific rules about a deer fence, and one of which is black coated. There's 2 tree removals that we think should happen, 220 and 228. There was a butternut, a hickory, and a black birch. That's 220 and 228 specifically. They look sickly and are slant or leaning, and probably should be removed before they fall down. I know earlier on, we were worried about one of the trees and then it fell all by itself. So rather than wait for these to fall, might be a good idea to take care of them.
Yes, and I was on a phone call with Suzanne, who informed me that she personally went to visit the site and look at the trees, and
Can
she
you
told
identify
me.
yourself, please?
Yes, hi, I'm Julia Lee. I'm part of the Dirtworks landscape architecture team.
I like the name, Dirtworks.
Thank you.
Okay, so you talked to Suzanne about that.
Yes, and she's already told me that she's visited the trees in person and she agrees with our recommended action of removal.
Okay, very good. Now, there was understandably, there is a path to get from the property to Halsey Pond through the vegetative filter area. And since it is a vegetative, we don't want a pathway where some water could traverse the vegetative filter without going through the filter area. So this path has to be undeveloped woodland path. No paving, no blacktop, no gravel. It should zigzag a little bit, so there's no direct water path, because you want, purpose of the vegetative filter is to have the water go through the vegetative filter. There's a pathway to short circuit that effort, would not be productive. If you recall, or you should recall, or maybe you don't, but reference the original subdivision approval, and there's a box to construct a house in, and then there's another box under subdivision that limits the area that you can do things in, and if it prohibited from going outside the second box, the secondary box, and we just like you to show those boxes on the site plan, so that when we approve the site plan, if we get there, those boxes will be prominent for the future. Okay, they're not there now.
Yes,
if
both of those points I've already heard from Suzanne, and we've already incorporated those in our drawings.
Correct. Now, if you spoke to Suzanne, Julia, she was talking about better pool screening on the east-west sides, not the north-south sides. So if you didn't talk about that screening, I suggest you do. And the pool fence, Ed, I think there's reference in 2 different locations that are different. The openings, one is square and one is rectangular.
Yeah, the photograph shows a compliant mesh. The specifications show a non-compliant mesh.
The non-compliance is you can get your foot into it.
Yeah, the state code says 1 3/4 wide if the horizontals are less than 40, I think 6 inches apart. So a 2-inch by 1 3/4 wide would be fine, but a 2-inch by 2 inches not.
Did you hear what he said about the 2 by 2 is fine?
Jim, I sent you that code section.
Yes.
Yes, so a 1 3/4 opening is fine.
In width, yes.
Okay, yeah. I believe our drawings have already been updated to reflect that.
But I think one drawing was okay, and in some other location it wasn't.
The photograph was correct, but the
Details.
the wording and the detail was wrong.
So get it consistently on the correct side. Okay.
Okay.
Sarah,
I have no questions.
Mike,
No questions.
Mike Bavuco,
No questions.
Chet back.
Hi, it's Chet Kerr again. I just, it sounds like the other issues that we raised, I'm glad to hear that Suzanne had an opportunity to look at those two trees. If they should come down, that's fine. And I'm glad that the planning board commented on the pathway through the conservation easement. So I have nothing further. And again, I just want to appreciate the efforts by the applicant to address these issues. That's really good.
I'm going to take an opportunity to thank you for bringing it up. Thanks, Jed. Okay, we have nothing further. You realize what you need to do? I assume you realize what you need to do. If you don't, please ask.
I think we know now for sure.
Understood.
Yes.
Okay.
Do we need to talk briefly about the wetland permit? And again, no comments on that, or agreed with my statements in the
You
submission.
okay with that? Yes?
Yeah, that's fine. And we'll update this when we get the response.
Ian? Anybody else on the chat? Okay,
Actually, I'd like to just clarify something very quickly. Just minutes before you had said that, Suzanne, you're referring to pool screening on the east and west side of the fence. I had a call with her earlier this week where she primarily was discussing the south side of the pool.
Could
I just confirm?
Is the
South
buffer.
side would be the Halsey Pond, that's screen.
That's the buffer. I don't know. You may want to check with her again because I have my notes here and
I'm pretty sure it was east, west.
I'm pretty sure.
Okay,
Because
I'm looking at
the buffer area is to the south, so.
Work it out with Suzanne.
Okay, I'm looking at the letter that with the comments that she sent over, and it says the south side of the pool.
Okay.
Yeah. And one more thing I'd like to note about the.
I would double check with her because at the Monday meeting we had with her, it was more east-west, so might have been, maybe I heard her
I believe
wrong.
those issues were addressed in the last submission.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. I will make a point of that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? No? Anybody here? Anything else? Anybody else? Okay. I think we're done. We'll see you next month with no structure in the buffer.
No gravel.
Thank you.
No. Thank you.
Thank you.
A second here. And number 6, 1 Heritage Hill Road. Okay, we can see you. Just identify yourself.
Hi, Linda Daniels. I'm the architect for the application at 1 Heritage Hill Road. Since we've last met, we got our zoning FAR variance from the zoning board. So thank you for the referral, as well as we've engaged Hudson Engineering. I believe they are also on the call if there are any specific questions directed to them. So they were able to address a lot of those site civil, stormwater management designs and questions from Han Engineering. So our time has been spent updating the drawings and plans, some of them technical in nature, some of them more comprehensive design, especially on the engineering side. So we've looked at the most recent Han report as well as the landscape comments, and we know that one of the largest issues right now is the arborist, which Han Engineer, or sorry, Nolan Landscape has mentioned that we need to identify all of the species and the qualities. It's quite a large site, so it's probably going to take a little bit of time. But we do have somebody on board and look forward to addressing those concerns next. But in the meantime, there was a lot of information in terms of what Hudson had submitted. I don't know if there were any specific questions for those designs. It seemed like the report from Han was pretty clear. Maybe there are some technical issues that we need to resolve for like a final submittal, but we're hoping that we can at least get conditional approval at this moment based on the overall submission that we have.
Yeah, why don't you bring up the site plan while I'm speaking?
Sure.
We sent you to the ZBA, to get the variances, and because, as you pointed out, there was quite a bit of cost involved with implementing drainage and the arborist. And as you pointed out, the arborist is a big deal.
Yes.
A lot of work for the arborist. And we felt that it'd be best. The reason we sent you without those things is because there's a lot of costs involved with those. And without the ZBA approval, the costs would go down the drain.
Right.
So we reiterated several things that when you come back, you need these things before. And one of those was the drainage. So, and you said the drainage. Doug, they submitted the drainage, right?
Yeah, we have a.
Sorry, I can pull that up as well.
Is there anything leaping off the paper about the drainage, or just details?
No, just some minor details, nothing.
Yeah, the arborist remains, and you did the other issue was dark sky lighting, that fixed.
Yes.
I believe we need something for the dark sky.
So we do have a note. Geez, let's see what we've got. I have a note regarding the landscape lighting. Yes, we will proceed with dark sky required fixtures. I'm sorry, I don't know which page I put it on.
If you know the fixtures, provide the specs on them.
Yes, sorry here. So this very sad sheet, we do have some sconces that are on the building. Some of these are motion activated floodlights, just for safety. And then we do have these little bollard lights, which we have over here. So just kind of specifying, these, I think, and this is actually something we should review, but all of these are dark sky with the exception of these more or less decorative lightings, the last two, LTO1 and LTO2. Those are actually some kind of like seeded textured glass that obstructs quite a bit of the light. But we also, here you can kind of see it here. So it's a little bit more decorative. It has like that, leaded frame look. But at the same time, we wanted to emphasize that, these lights being close to the house or physically attached to the house as well. The site itself, we have this large rock outcropping in front, which the section is being cut here. So all of those decorative lights, the sconces that are not technically dark sky compliant, they are more or less shielded by that the section of that rock outcropping. At the same time, we're specifying that this should use low output lamping. It's going to be a very warm temperature, 2700 or less. So that's just something that you can take our word for it, that's the planned lamping. I think that's the desired aesthetic regardless. But at the same time, we do have that berm. We do have quite a few trees as well surrounding the site. So we believe that it's going to be nominal in terms of the effect to the environment.
Okay. All right, but on the arborist, you okay with that, Ed?
I suggest you read our dark sky compliant law to understand. I wouldn't want them to spend the money on these fixtures because our code says if there's a glare on an adjacent resident, it's a violation. So I want you to spend a little time making sure that the fixture you select
Yes.
are correct, because I wouldn't want to see the money spent to buy and install have to knock on the door the first week they move in.
I thought I heard you mention there's model numbers somewhere that
Well, if they give us the specs, it would help us determine. If they're not gonna give us the models and specs, it's on them. I just wanted to make sure they understand.
I was thinking of, is there an approved list of model numbers?
Well, there's a lot of models that are certified dark sky. That would help them, but there's two that she mentioned that on the bottom that may not be dark sky.
Okay. Did you tell her which two are those?
She told us.
Yeah, I'm very aware of them. Yes.
Okay, we done with the dark sky?
Yeah.
Okay, the stuff, the material we need on the arborist end and the trees is too significant to give a condition resolution at this time. And if you didn't understand that, that's unfortunate, but that was one of the three things we asked you to come back with after the ZBA was an arborist report. There's tree removal and replacement issues. There's construction impacts on root zones. It's too significant to not have it, to have it as a condition of approval. We'd like to, sometimes if it's a simple tree removal or simple, we just give it a resolution with a condition of some minor detail. Talking to Suzanne on Monday, this is pretty significant arborist circumstances that need to be addressed before we give a resolution. So, and if you read, I think Suzanne even said, as previously asked, that she listed what we need. If you have any questions, Suzanne Nolan happened to just walk in the door. We can hijack her time.
Yeah, I mean, I think that that's very fair. I think just given the breadth of the amount of trees we have on this site, this property hasn't necessarily been maintained. I think it's a little bit challenging to put together a comprehensive package of everything that we know needs to happen because of the degradation of some of these trees that are not even near the construction that is happening on the site. So I think it should be something we would definitely be able to have by the next submission date for sure.
We don't need an inventory of the trees that are not in construction limits.
Okay.
As long as the root zones are also not construction limits and not in, this is very important, not in the area where you're going to park the construction vehicles. If you're going to park construction vehicles in an area where there's trees, we'll need that then identified as well.
Okay.
Okay, but then a quick question then, in terms of not in relation to the construction, if there was a tree or several trees out here that need to be addressed, that's not something you guys would look at now or down the road?
It's truly anything on the construction envelope or impacted by the construction envelope. The rest would be through the tree committee after you get your approval.
Yeah. Irvington does have a tree committee, and it's not part of this project. Outside of the construction zone, as Ed said, you go to the tree commission.
Okay, I got it, sorry. So understood that, yes, we need to submit that comprehensive package of the affected trees that relate to the construction. Is this something that would prevent us from going to the ARB since we do have our drainage resolved? We have our variance for the FAR to add the garage structure. We're not really, other than those two items, I guess, is it okay to proceed with the ARB to get windows and roofs approved to restore the building, or is that something we'll have to wait until the trees are approved?
Building inspector will address that.
So the deadline has passed. The next deadline is prior to the next planning board meeting. You can apply for it, but if you don't receive approval at that next planning board meeting, we'll carry over to the next ARB meeting. So that'll save you the month lag time between the
Okay.
deadlines.
Noted.
And it may work that by doing that, they'll get comments from the architectural consultant.
Yeah, it'll
even though
move
they
them
have
along.
approval.
It'll save them a month.
All set?
Okay. Yes,
one-
very,
one-
very,
one-
very
uh,
clear.
One last thing. Suzanne, this is the first meeting you're here in person. Did we represent your thoughts well?
I think so.
She said yes, but she doesn't have a
So
mic.
basically, the trees that are of concern are those that are within the limits of construction and adjacent to. Because the ones adjacent to the limits of construction generally tend to have the root zones in the construction zone.
Right.
Thank you, Suzanne. Suzanne Nolan is our village landscape architect. So, okay, thank you very much. We'll see you next time.
Thank you.
And please, as you're working, talk to Susanna on your progress and how you're proceeding, so that
Okay.
when it comes in, it's not the first time that Suzanne
Yeah,
is.
that's very fair, given how much I've bothered Han. I should share the load, so.
Now you can bother
yes.
Suzanne.
Okay. Permission
Thank you.
granted. I'll take it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's see. I think next shows 6, 7. Next is 19 Matheson Park.
Good evening. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we see you and hear you.
Okay, great. My name is Natasha Walko. I'm here from Opachich Architects representing clients Andres and Jackie Cyrilnik on the application for amendment of the site plan approval previously obtained on May 2nd, 2023. If I can share my screen, I have the site plan and front elevation image queued up, and then I have a brief synopsis of what we're here for.
It's coming up.
Okay, can we see the site plan on the left and the
Yeah, we can
house on
see.
the right? Okay, so let me just run through my little synopsis here. So in the 3 years since we were here and got our site plan approval, the clients have engaged in painstaking, careful, methodical renovation of their home, which is a permanent structure in Matheson Park and Irvington more broadly. They have undertaken this with love for all the meticulous details and unique characteristics that make the building and property so special. That evidence is clear in all the work that's already completed to date. With the evolution of that effort, though, aspects of the project have been modified to respond to shifting demands of the project. When the cluster of pine trees was removed by emergency order with the Tree Commission, as an example, after one unexpectedly came down in a storm, that allowed for the pool and spa to be shifted over to create more generous protected play space for the family. Similarly, constraints with routing of HVAC ductwork prohibited location of all units on the garage roof as originally intended, resulting in needing to redistribute units in the front and the back of the house, ultimately to be fully screened once full planting plan is implemented. Also, as programmed for the basement space, originally intended for mechanical equipment and unfinished storage, evolved to include finished habitable space that necessitated, changes to accommodate an egress areaway, as well as the newly proposed rear basement access stair to facilitate future access for mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and pool subcontractors. To offset some of the changes, the rear terrace is proposed to be modified to mitigate any lot coverage increase. And unfortunately, the contractor, in their eagerness to keep moving forward momentum on the project, removed part of that existing terrace prematurely. We seek to reconcile all of those things today as part of this amendment. Lastly, we have the electrical pole and meter, which unbeknownst to our office were installed by the contractor and electrician in coordination with Con Edison near the property line facing Dutcher Street. Given the private road that borders the property, they did not anticipate this being an issue. At the time that was originally flagged by the building department, our office and contractor, we were intent to address it as soon as possible with the board. However, once initiating a planning board review, we thought it prudent to address the other changes and deviations from the approved plan at the same time. Regrettably, that effort dragged on with weeks and months, escaping us until we're here today to set that all straight. And so I can walk through the drawings and or the images and address any questions that the board may have.
Aside from the electric panel, before we get to that, because that's a big issue. Ed, she mentioned some other changes, stairwells and what have you.
Yeah, we've looked at those. They're all within the scope of work.
Okay, so that, those changes that she talked about,
They need no variance.
they need no variances, no.
That's correct.
So that's
They
okay.
fit within the original approval.
Okay. And in regarding the trees, you mentioned the tree commission. There was some removals.
Yes.
And I don't think you put usually the tree commission requires replacement trees. And I don't believe they're on the plans where the replacement trees are going or have gone.
There was, I believe as part of the agreement with the tree commission, since that removal was kind of in keeping with the broader project, that they would reserve any, the immediate replacement of any trees until the full site plan is implemented.
We
And
would like to see where you're going to be placing those replacement trees.
Sure,
Okay.
we can provide, and I know that there was a comment that was received from the village consulting landscape architect about verifying that we're at least meeting what was originally promised as far as the overall landscape plan, and we can certainly provide that.
Yes, that was my next comment, that the approved is different. What you're doing now is different than what was approved. And please explain, as you already stated, please explain the changes that were made.
Yeah, we can certainly do that. In the midst of the process that is, as I said, going on now for 3 years, there has been a change in who the clients have engaged for landscape design. They have an extensive plan that they've developed that enhances what was originally proposed. And we can certainly have that for you guys.
If you have any questions on that, she happens to be here tonight on another matter.
The village consulting landscape architect.
Yes, as Suzanne Nolan.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I think her comments were clear. She has itemized like the main components of what was included as part of the original site plan landscape approval. And as I understand it, the goal is to make sure that any changes or additions, subtractions that may be part of what the evolved plan is, at least satisfy equitably what was originally proposed.
Okay, she usually is pretty clear. Okay, thank you. All right, now let's go to the electric panel.
The elephant in the room.
Certainly is. Saved it for the last. Now, before we talk about it.
Yep.
This board in the last 6 or 7 new home approvals really focused on the location of electric panels, not to be in the front yard setback. There's several examples of that. I don't want to waste time going through them, but be that as it may, we have focused greatly on electric panel location, visibility, and how close to the street it is. Even though it's a private street, I understand, Ed, this location of where they put it without approval, It was previously on the house,
It was previously the existing service.
and as,
There was no mention.
and
of
as
the
she
service.
mentioned, that they contractor moved it without even. anybody
Right,
knowing.
if I
And
may,
it's in the front yard setback.
Yeah, extremely close to the property line.
So you, at a minimum, you need the ZBA approval because you're in the front yard setback. So as far as this board, we're not going to approve what you did there. You either have to remove it, move it, or go to the ZBA to get a variance for that panel. Does anybody have any thoughts on this? Mike?
I have none.
Mike?
Well, I think if she goes to the ZBA, we're going to send a letter opposing it.
We'll send a note, yes.
We just did that with 9
19.
Yeah. I know.
19 Meadowbrook.
Hi,
19
if-
Meadow.
If I may,
Well, one more question to Mike before.
Sure.
No comments.
No comment. All right, go ahead.
okay, so if I may interject here. So yes, originally we were sticking with the existing service, and the reason the whole new pole and meter came about was because once the electrician was on board and assessed the load that was going to be required, we were exceeding what the original 200 amp service would provide. So that led into the necessity of a 400 amp service and thus the new pole, because the utility company Con Edison would not add any additional services to the existing pole that's in that same right of way. And so that's where we got to the new pole, and the meter location was done again without our knowledge as to the location. Having done a little bit of homework in the lead up to this meeting, I have learned of the board's significant opposition to meters in the front yard setback, which of course in our case, we have 3 of them. So we did come up with an alternate scenario for the location of the meter. If I can bring that up, at least to see if the board is on board with that, and then we can have a direction going forward.
Go right ahead.
Okay, great. Just one second. Let me just zoom in here. Okay. Can we all see the zoomed in plan on the left?
Oh, okay.
I'll zoom it in a little bit
That's where
closer.
the box is, yeah.
Yeah,
You go
so
ahead.
it's the green boxes that we're talking about. So this is the second
Is that
pole
the
that,
existing, is that the existing?
excuse me?
Which is existing? Red or
This
the
is-
green?
This is
Both.
the original pole that was there. This is the new pole that was installed in accordance with Con Ed wanting to not add services to this pole. So here is where the meter is currently located. And what we're proposing as an alternate is
Could you ascribe the property line so we could,
the property line is right here.
in the vicinity of the pole?
Yes.
We'll put
Okay.
the cursor, yeah, put the property line and where the panel is, yeah, right there. Okay.
Right there.
How many feet is that?
That's about 5 feet.
Go ahead.
Okay, so what we're proposing as an alternate to the meter being located here currently is to have, to remove the meter from that location, install an underground junction box, and then relocate the meter here
I
where
can't
we
see
can
where-
have it, excuse
I
me?
can't see where here is.
Okay, here, you see my cursor?
Oh, way over there, okay.
Way over here. So we're inside the building setback, and we will have it screened with plantings around it, but we'll create an access for Con Edison, whoever may need to service, and will maintain on this side, so facing the rear of the property, the 3-foot clearance that they would need, or we'll give them maybe a little bit more for accessing the equipment when it might be necessary.
And does that location appear to be, doesn't require variance?
The front yard setback is 50 feet, Caesar, so it'll still need a variance. How far off the property line, front line will it be?
I'm sorry?
How far off the front property line will it be in its new location?
Off the new proposed meter location off of the front property line? Just a minute.
In the front, in the back.
No, it's in the, yeah, it's in the back of the property. And so from the front, one property line, I mean, roughly 135 feet. Which front are you talking about? Are you talking the front this side facing Dutcher
Front
Street?
on the south side, I apologize.
This side on Dutcher.
Yes.
Okay, 1 second. So from there, I mean, let's see, roughly 155 feet.
Could you show, I'm sorry, I missed it. Could you show again where the boxes, what you're proposing to put the new box?
Sure, so,
I didn't see it with.
The green dot.
Where the little green box of square is.
right, so right
Yeah,
here.
no, that's where it's proposed now. Where she's
No,
talking-
yeah, that's where it's currently
That's where it is
located,
now.
and that's where we're proposing to have the junction box over here, so adjacent to where the pool fence is.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
missing it.
So you're gonna use an underground vault?
An underground vault here, yes.
Then you don't need a variance.
That's good.
It's not an issue, yeah.
So you're gonna remove the pedestal, the existing pedestal, the undocumented pedestal, replace
Yes,
it with an underground vault.
the illegal pedestal, yes, we'll remove the illegal
Undocumented.
pedestal.
Legal such a nasty word. And then you're gonna relocate it within the building envelope, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Good move.
Thank you. I cannot take credit for it. It was the combined effort of Mr. Opachich, the contractor, and the electrician who he was gonna string up from the formerly known Texas.
Okay,
So, if the board is on board with this as a concept, can we get the green light to go to zoning to get their take on it? Now that we're not needing the variance for the,
you wouldn't have to go to the ZBA.
No need for zoning board.
You don't need a variance, you don't need the zoning board, right?
Just resubmit for the changes that you made, including this.
Mhm.
Yeah, any questions? No?
Yep.
Mike,
No questions.
the other Mike?
No. I sure would be happy when this is done.
What's that?
I walk down there all the time.
Oh.
I'd be happy when it's done.
Sarah,
everyone
anybody?
will be happy when it's done.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't forget the tree aspect,
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
Sam has a lot of comment.
okay. Thank you. We'll, see you next time.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Anybody?
No.
Moving on. Number 8, 21 Langdon Avenue.
Yeah.
Oh. We had Lauren Stone. Is Lauren Stone on there in Zoom?
No, I don't see it.
No, opportunity for her to sit. All right, thanks, Mike. Mike Bafuco is recused on this. We had an alternate scheduled, but we're gonna move on. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Brian Hopkins. I'm the architect presenting for Marshall and Carly Solon over at 21 Langdon Avenue. I also have Nick Sharia on from Hudson Engineering, and Jay Archer should also be joining from Green Jay Landscaping. I just don't see him in the room, but I will continue anyway. let me go ahead and share my screen. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Great. Okay, so this is the property over at 21 Langdon. And there were a few goals that the client had that we were trying to accomplish with the proposal. One had to do with the driveway, another had to do with the patio component, and well, driveway and parking. The other had to do with the patio component, and then there's also a small addition at the rear, which serves as a mudroom and an entrance into a kitchen remodel that they're planning on doing. So starting with the driveway out front, basically we have this condition over on Langdon, and I think this is the case for a lot of the different properties, but basically we have streets that have blind corners that basically exit out onto Langdon. There's a lot of, as some of you may or may not know, there's a lot of traffic on Langdon just kind of on a daily basis. You can see here kind of what the condition looks like. And so what we are proposing is expanding the width of the driveway, and expanding that curb cut. So we're basically expanding the curb cut by about 8 feet. And we're going to be the proposal is to put another parking area over here. Basically what that does is it does two things. One is it allows for more visibility as they're going to be exiting onto Langdon. And the second is whenever they have delivery trucks or friends that are coming over, it allows them to have a spot and not block the driveway so that there is egress out from the rear of the property. Moving on to this set of photos, this is the side and the rear yard over at Langdon. And basically what we are proposing here is there's currently a patio, which you can see in view number 8, which we are going to be relocating into the side yard. Basically, the reason for that is currently this back patio just isn't being used. It's in the shade. It's away from the side yard, which gets most of the activity. And so the client wants to move that patio into the side yard. So one of the proposals, along with moving that patio, is the tree removal. So this crabapple tree is proposed to be removed. We've had an arborist come and take a look at it. It's not healthy. One of Susan Nolan's comments actually is to have a full report on all the different species of trees, their health, their species. So we'll have that put together to her satisfaction. But this is one of the trees which we're proposing to be removed. This is the rear of the property, view number 9. And this is where we're proposing putting the new mudroom addition. Now it's hard to hear, you can see it better in view 10, but basically currently this is the entrance, the main entrance that they use coming from their backyard. It enters directly into their living room. And it's a very inconvenient entrance. So basically the mudroom addition is accomplishing a couple things. It's giving them ease of entry with a dedicated area that they can enter into. And it's improving the flow into their newly remodeled kitchen, which is also going to be part of the project. The view number 15 back here is included because I wanted to get a view of the river birches, which we're planning on removing and replanting. So there are 3 river birches kind of in line back here, which we're proposing to remove and then replant. This is also the area that we're proposing for the new detached carport. So that would go back here. Moving on to coverage. Basically, I got the notes about the driveway coverage and what we can and cannot consider driveway. We will have to re-perform those calculations. But basically, this is the existing driveway, the existing patio, some walks back here. We're proposing on removing this patio here, removing this jacuzzi pad, these paths back here. And this is what the new coverage would look like, where basically we would be putting in that curb cut with the new parking area here. This would be the parking area under the detached carport. And then this would be the area of the new proposed patio. And basically the idea with the proposed patio is that we would have an area that gives us direct access to a little porch area that then allows us to access the new mudroom, which is going to be in here. And I can show you guys plans if you'd like. Overall, when we did the calculations, basically we were able to reduce coverage, but that's before having to add in these areas for parking, which are going to increase the coverage again.
Sorry, so
Okay.
what's the net increase in coverage? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that from the.
Yeah, so right now it's a net decrease in coverage. So it's from the existing is 3,855. The proposed was 3,827. One of the comments, I believe it was from Mr. Hahn, was that parking areas have to be included in coverage, and right now they're being excluded because I calculated them as part of the driveway.
Also on coverage, Ed, what about the carport?
The carport counts as coverage too. So, but it's the carport and parking area, so the
Yes.
larger of the two will count as your coverage. Oh, and don't forget about the neighbor has a walkway that's encroaching, that'll have to be counted as coverage too.
The neighbor has, so.
If you take a look at your survey, you'll see
Yep.
it on it. It says brick.
Okay.
Once you get it together, you should probably submit it to Ed or myself to take a look.
Yeah.
The coverage needs quite a bit of work. And I think you included a neighborhood chart, so you would have to update that. And
then there's some.
when you see a neighborhood chart, we compare it to the neighborhood to see if it's out of whack. Don't want it to be the top one.
I recall from personal experience.
Oh, right. So you need to work on the coverage.
Understood. I will.
And I
Is this?
suggest you get, well, in the near future between this meeting and the next, before you come in with a new calculation, that you check with Ed as to what they're looking for on coverage. And they're expanding the curb cut. The curb cut, that you need village approvals for that.
Yeah, they'll have to get DPW. That can, they should wait till they get, till they know what they're doing here. It's
It doesn't hold site.
It won't hold it up.
Oh, okay.
I see. This
It'll be
is
a
this is
condition-
the
it'll be
brick.
a condition.
This is the brick walk, correct, from the neighbor's property. I got it. Yeah, we missed that. Okay.
But you said you're taking the shed down and there's a jacuzzi or hot tub to be removed. Is it going anywhere else?
No, it's that was from they don't use it. It's going to be removed. It's not going anywhere.
Can you make sure the note that's on Hudson's plan that's removed from site is on your site plan as well?
Yes, sir. I'll do that.
And Doug, what about the drainage?
I think we had a couple questions on that.
Can we go over it? Is it critical or?
Because they had, it's in there.
And the tree removals, you gotta
So
go
they-
through, you gotta come up
Yep.
with mitigation replacement.
Yep. So
And, we had a question about the fences. Any changes to the existing fences? Are you moving them someplace?
okay. So let's since we're talking about the site plan, So there's an existing wooden fence which is running around the extent of the property. We're not doing anything to that fence.
I thought I saw it in the picture of the driveway, the picket fence along the driveway. If you make the driveway-
That's different. That's a different fence. So there's the white picket, which is coming off of the street. This is going to be demolished, and I have to talk to the owner about exactly what he wants to do as far as a replacement strategy. We haven't talked about that. The other fence is a cedar fence.
Before you get off that, we would
Yeah.
like to see what that strategy is when that, if there's a replacement fence for what you take down for the driveway. We'd like to see that.
Understood.
Understood. You can't just decide after we approve it to stick it somewhere without approval.
No. Well, I'm assuming that we're going to be coming back, so I'll represent it, of course. So the white picket fence, don't know exactly what we're going to do there, but there is a cedar fence that runs around the extent of the property, which is the majority of the fencing that we're not touching.
Did we have
And
some
it
questions?
looks like this.
Okay.
Yep.
We have some question about the garden area and the fence around.
In Hans' comments, the garden area may have some structures. We need more detail on the raised beds and what they are.
Because it could get included in
It may be
coverage.
more coverage that you have to look at.
We can discuss that offline when you're going over the whole coverage issue.
Yeah, I'll give Doug a call tomorrow, and we can review the coverage together.
Okay.
Okay, so I don't even know if I should go. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so as far as where we fall kind of relative to neighborhood coverage, we're currently at 17%. I did another calculation, including the parking areas, that got us up to about 19%. So we fall within the median range. A lot of the lots in this area of Irvington, they used to be much larger lots. They were broken down into smaller lots. So all of the houses, especially the ones along Landon, have non-conforming coverage. So we're kind of
We're gonna have to wait until you include all the coverage when you get finished working with Ed and Doug.
you
The
got
chart
it.
may look quite different.
Okay. No. Sure.
We have an administrative issue. I read your notice to the neighbors and it talked about a 2-car garage, I think. A little confusing. You may have to renotice, Mary Ann.
Okay.
That was Ed saying he had to be
I'll take care of it.
Pardon?
Your notice has to be renoticed to
Describe
make
what
it more
you're doing.
specific about what you're doing. Because
Okay.
there's no 2-car garage proposed. We want to make sure that the neighbors understand what's going to happen.
Gotcha. Okay, so this is that. So this is what the proposal looks like just in rendered format. This is the existing house. This is the proposed mudroom area, the proposed detached carport, the proposed patio with pergola, and then also the curb, the additional parking spot with the increased curb cut. This is a view from the rear, the existing mudroom, the proposed mudroom, detached carport.
Did you go back to the
Another-
picture? Oh, I see. Okay, never mind. That's good. That's good. The next picture explained what I was gonna ask.
Yes. So mudroom, patio. And this is a good shot. This is the elevation of the mudroom, the patio with the trellis, the detached carport. Another view. And this is a view from the rear.
Yeah, we appreciate those visuals.
Thank you. Okay, so looking at the site plan, basically here we can kind of put everything together. We're proposing a new curb cut that's going to be about 27 feet, 26 and change. We're proposing a radius new parking area here. There is a spruce tree which is going to be coming down. We're proposing to take it down. This is the 24-inch apple tree which we're proposing, and then there are the 3 river birches which we're proposing to come down as well.
So all part of the tree removals confirming and the mitigation places. So you're gonna work with Suzanne on it. Suzanne.
Yep. Yes. The mudroom area is in back here. And this is mudroom. Part of it is enclosed, part of it is a front porch. And then this is the area for the detached carport.
Okay.
The planting plan, we got Suzanne's note about identifying all the species and the caliper. We hadn't gotten that far, in all honesty. We will have that for the next proposal.
Okay.
And we'll review that with Suzanne prior to submitting.
Okay. All right. One more thing. We have,
Of course.
We received a note from the village consulting architect. I believe it's attached to the memo from Doug Hahn.
Yes.
And it has to do with on the mudroom about the slope roof and on the carport. Why is it not? Why is it?
Yep. Yep.
So
yeah.
We're just bringing it to your attention. We have a new system where the village consultant architect comes in early so that there's no surprises at the end.
No, that's great. So we do have 100%. So we do have an option where we're showing the carport with a flat roof. And I do agree that's probably going to be the better option that we go with. All of the columns are exactly the same column that are at the front of the front facade. And we'll take a look at what the mudroom looks like with a slanted roof. And if anything, we can present both options to the consulting architect. We had looked at one option with the slanted roof. We thought the flat roof looked better, but more than happy to share those as well.
Yeah, it's the architect, the consultant architect for the village. I might add, my next door neighbor was a house painter, and he loved flat roofs because they all leaked. So he got a lot of painting jobs. Okay. Anything from the board here?
Nothing.
And Mike?
Nothing further.
And Lauren's not here. Anything on Zoom?
Nobody's raising their hand to speak, and there are no comments in the chat.
Okay. I think you have the comments, and thank you. And your visuals are excellent, and we really see what you're doing. The coverage needs a lot of work. And
we'll start addressing that tomorrow.
I don't want to predict it as a problem, but you left out on the neighborhood chart, you may be getting out to the extreme end. But we'll see. Take a look at it. And
okay.
Come back.
Yeah, if we run into problems, we'll adjust accordingly.
Okay. Anything else? No. Anything else from the board? No. Okay, we'll see you next time. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Manfredi. Thank you, board.
Okay, we're going to take a short break for maybe 5 minutes before we get to number 9, 76 North Broadway, AKA Bomber, AKA Mac. Oh, and we're going to be switching. Thank you, Sarah, for sitting in. Lori Davidowitz will take her place as the board member. And just enter the room. And Mike Vogel will be returning also.
Yeah.
Wait.
2 years of this. I can't afford anything else anymore. Today is 2 years.
Good. Thank you, sir. Rolled in on the course.
Yes, then I got a sarcastic answer from Ed. I don't know.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Lockdown. Can't be.
Had any thoughts?
They found all these
Yeah,
plans in
that's-
like a storage.
And they locked it down?
Yeah.
Wow.
No, you should.
Wow.
So, yeah, but where's he gonna go?
I can be this little gap here. Move this down a little bit.
My relatives, my in-laws live not too far from there. And
Suzanne, you
so maybe some shut.
Yeah.
And they just.
Yeah. And then one of them were the club room.
Yes, yes.
I think I gotta go to a meeting, people.
Thank you.
Get out of my way.
Give an extra bottle of water as well.
I was on a sidewalk today. I thought maybe I missed something. I'm like, feeling very pink.
Yeah.
I was out, sidewalk in Sherrytown, right on the water. Which is quite lovely, but I didn't have these on.
Oh, great.
Or do you want to stay?
Good. Yeah. Sitting in chairs last
Oh,
night.
okay. I just.
Anybody else? They're the worst.
I know, it was uncomfortable.
I woke up. I stood
I
up
kept
and
stretching my legs out underneath the table. And then kicking the person across from me.
Well, no, they were said, yeah.
Yeah, so used to having the infrastructure. So used to
I
having
know,
her.
I know. She hit a regular
They
spot.
did a
there.
nice job fixing up the room, but it's totally.
Absolutely.
It's really nice.
What are you talking about? And then you
It's
come
good.
in.
There's something strange
someone's
about the
birthday
chair.
in here? No, see, I think these chairs are much worse.
For 20 years.
Yes.
Other ones I just.
Marianne, if I know that there's one left over there. I'll put
Yeah.
that up for you.
Oh, we're doing it, I.
Just these chairs were, some were thrown out, some were donated across the street to the ambulance corps, but there's one lone chair over there, so if I
Okay, well,
know, that I
maybe
know,
next time.
remind me, I'll put that as your chair if you
See,
want.
my How about my wife, you know, this is a perpetual. It's funny, I mean, just see the ones upstairs so far.
Yeah.
She has a car for now, so.
They were Washington Irving.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, there was a lot.
Oh, right.
And usually Tiffany.
And there were-
So that's why I had those upstairs.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, okay, yes, so I have color.
You know,
First has the-
Yeah.
trucks, marriage, no trucks, but 2 lanes.
Thank you.
I've got your dissertation.
So, yeah. It was fun. Yeah. Oh, yes, okay. Thank you. Yeah, so. That means it's. I'm sorry, right?
Yeah, usually.
You know what? I just hate going that way across the county. I like going, and it's funny. Places, it's not that far.
Really.
It's just, And plus, once you're in there, it's really confusing.
Oh, downtown.
Yeah.
Excavator.
And ways that things go up.
I did that. Should I give them? It's a fix to the wall. Is it?
Yeah, yeah.
Before we get back on to live meeting, we were talking about, the next meeting is July 1st. Maybe a holiday week for some people. Any thought of moving it to July 8th, Mary Ann?
I'm sorry, what?
We're thinking of July 1st, maybe a holiday week for some people, like Mike and myself. Moving it to July 8th.
Are there 5 Wednesdays in
Fine with
July?
me, I mean, I don't know how.
I just have to check, make sure the room's available.
We'll think about it. Too early to tell.
And it also gives the applicants more, I mean, the July 1st is short notice to get your stuff in for the next meeting.
Is there a timeline when we have to decide?
I'll let you know.
Okay.
2 weeks prior. Deadline.
Okay, moving right along. Number 9, 76 North Broadway, Farmer or Maxon.
Good evening, Chair and members of the Planning Board. Kathy Zelantis from Silverberg Zelantis for the applicant. Varma RE Development. With me in the room tonight is Peter Gato from Peter Gato Associates and Rocco Varma. On Zoom is our landscape architect, Peter Paul DeVito of Stonefield, and the project engineer, Peter Gregory from DTS Provident. So if they could, oh, there they are. Great. So on May 27th, Governor Hochul signed a new law known as Let Them Build that went into effect that same day. Under this new law, the proposed action is a quote, qualified action exempt from the requirements of the environmental conservation law and its implementing regulations. This board should issue a formal determination to that effect. But as you know, this action has been before this board for 2 years, nearly 2 years. It has undergone an exhaustive seeker review addressing all relevant environmental impacts, and measures have been incorporated into the project's design to sufficiently address all potential environmental impacts. As Let Them Build is a newly enacted law with no existing guidance or precedent, and is likely to be subject to judicial scrutiny. And given the thorough seeker review that is already complete, this board should also adopt a negative declaration tonight. As detailed in our June 1st, 2026 letter, Let Them Build amended ECL 8-0105 by adding subsection 11 defining a quote, previously disturbed site. 76 North Broadway is a previously disturbed site. This board should determine that the site has been substantially altered by buildings or other improvements or uses for at least 2 years prior to Varma's application. The property also meets the other statutory criteria, as the parcel 1 abuts, adjoins, or is opposite from parcels occupied by buildings which adjoining our opposite parcels are not used for industrial or agricultural uses. It is not in a FEMA designated 100-year floodplain or special flood area. It is not currently being used and has not been used for the 2 years prior to this application, or at least 3 of the past 5 years before the application, for agricultural purposes. And it is not located in a designated coastal erosion hazard area. Let Them Build also amended New York Environmental Conservation Law 8-0111 by adding a new subsection 5 entitled Exemptions, making certain projects, quote, for the purposes of construction of housing, a quote, qualified action exempt from environmental review. This proposed development before your board is for the express purpose of construction of housing, as the development proposes 53 multifamily units. The development also meets all the other statutory criteria. 1, the project will be connected to existing public water and sewer at the commencement of habitation. 2, the project is located on a previously disturbed site, as we just went through. It will not contain more than 20% commercial, retail, community facility, or other non-industrial, non-school, non-residential uses by gross floor area. The school will not exceed the 20% of the gross floor area. It is 53 units, which is below the 100-unit limit under the law, and it does not include the construction of a single-family residence on a parcel of 1 acre or more. On the issue of not exceeding 20%, our submission also included a letter from Peter Gato Associates with the percentage calculations. So based on the definition of gross floor area in the MFO district regulations, under those regulations, you don't include the basement area. And under that definition, the gross floor area of the school is 17.6%. Based on the definition of aggregate floor area under the zoning code definitions in 224-3, which includes the basement, but you carve out certain areas such as storage or mechanical equipment or building services. And based on the actual square footage of the 21 parking spaces in the basement allocated for the school, the floor area of the school is 16.5%. If you do it another way and based on the allocation of the entire basement, so looking at the entire basement and looking at the 101 parking spaces and with no deduction at all for any of the storage or other areas of the basement, the total square footage per parking space ends up being 429.5 square feet. So if you then do the math, the total school spaces, 9,019.6 square feet. You get 21 spaces, that equals 21 spaces times 429.5 square feet. And the residential space ends up being 34,360 square feet. So using this allocation, and which includes the total area of the entire basement, which is 109,663 square feet, the school floor area is 18.9%. So under any definition that you use, the gross floor area of the school does not exceed 20%. Further, there was a newly added subsection 5A-C24 of ECL 8-111 requiring a certification related to a phase 1 environmental assessment. This doesn't apply because the qualified action involves land use applications such as the applications before your board for site plan and special permit approvals, density bonus application and ARB approval, and a variance. Nonetheless, a certification was provided. So we request that this board formally determine that the project is a previously disturbed site under the new law, and the project is for the purpose of construction of housing, satisfying the law's requirements to be a qualified action exempt from environmental review. We also request that this board accept the Part 2 EAF and adopt a negative declaration tonight. We reviewed Sive Paget's May 6, 2026 submission, which misapplies SECRA. A Type 1 designation does not automatically require preparation of an EIS. In issuing a negative declaration for a Type 1 action, this board may take into account all the measures included in the project's design that to mitigate environmental impacts. The Sive Paget submission and the attached opinion letters disregard the measures incorporated into the project's design to mitigate the potential environmental impacts. The opinions of Urban Matrix and Saratoga Associates regarding the alleged impact on the historic structure or the estate character ignore both the property's existing conditions and the proposed project. The existing structures are not national, state, or county historic resources. For over 6 decades, there has not been an unobstructed view to Woodcliff Manor. Rather, for over 6 decades, the view from Broadway has been to a commercial parking lot and an 11,000 square foot, 1-story commercial building that are both sited in front of the house structure. For over 6 decades, the existing commercial parking lot has encroached into the 250-foot buffer from Broadway. And under the MFO setbacks, the house is half in the 75-foot rear setback. The project not only preserves existing setbacks, but it expands upon and restores the setbacks. The encroaching parking lot will be removed, and the new parking area, the surface parking area, will be entirely out of the 250-foot buffer area. The building complies with all the MFO district setbacks. The building only reaches 3 stories at its highest point, and at the areas closest to Broadway, between 250 and 300 feet from Broadway, it's only 2 stories. despite the allowance for 30% building coverage under the MFO regulations based on the density bonus. The building coverage is only 16.44%. That is well below the building coverage allowed without any bonuses. Stone salvaged from the removal of the stone wall to allow access from Broadway so as not to use Strawberry Lane for access are being used to construct the wall features. That this wall feature will not interfere with sight lines. It's consistent with architectural styles all along Broadway, and it provides the visual effect of an elongated stone wall, thereby addressing any alleged visual impacts from removing a portion of the stone wall. Aside from the small area allowing for pedestrian access to the proposed crosswalk on Strawberry Lane, the rest of the stone wall parallel to Strawberry Lane is remaining entirely intact. The project restores and expands upon the existing tree canopy, and the project is consistent with the comprehensive plan. The opinions by Urban Matrix and Saratoga Associates that the proposed action is allegedly inconsistent is really a selective interpretation of the 2018 comp plan, and their opinions ignore both that plan and the plan's implementation, which was done through the village's 2021 rezoning, creating the MFO district. The law is also clear that a comprehensive plan is not a single document, but it can be derived from every available and relevant source, including the zoning law and the map themselves. Saratoga's associates' visual simulations presented at the last meeting were inaccurate and based on outdated representations. We prepared, or the team here prepared side-by-side visual comparisons that include an accurate day 1 and year 10 photo simulations that we'd like to go through.
You're doing a lot of talking. Would you like a water?
Thank you.
Right, Rob.
Thank you.
I didn't mean that in a derogatory sense.
Appreciate the offer.
Go ahead.
So, we just submitted.
You need a mic.
Oh, that's right. Nice fancy new mic here. We submitted a select series of drawings that, as Kathy mentioned, generally to outline the parameters and the character of the buildings in relationship to existing conditions and even the existing house and warehouse and parking lots that Kathy was referring to earlier. And the second part of the submission last month was really to address the Saratoga Associates visualizations where they left out certain walls, they didn't characterize the landscape correctly, they omitted certain sections, they took out walls that whether our walls going to remain. So they did several things that were not quite accurate. And then not just doing that, we decided we look at our landscape plan one more time, make sure everything matches. And what we did show is planting on day 1 with the accurate height of the plant at the time of the first day, and year 10. So that's the 2 different visuals we showed in the same exact location. So I'll run through this quickly and ask you questions. As you can see, our proposed project is in the lighter color in the background. The gray shadowed areas you see on top of it is existing office building, parking lots, and house. The same applies in this visual as well. It's more clear on the bottom one. The house is on the back side where my cursor is here.
Peter, can you just go back?
Yeah, sure. So, good.
Just getting myself.
Yeah. So this is Broadway here. This is the 100-foot setback. This line is 250-foot setback. This is the 300-foot setback. Strawberry Lane entrance is currently is right here. So you come in, there's that lower parking, upper parking, office building, and house.
Thanks.
Sure. And visually from the side section, same idea to kind of show where this is. As you can see that the parking lot extends all the way down here, way down to the side. Kind of hard to see, it's on side. And then the office building is in front of the house here, and the house is in Hatch right there. So what we did is also, there was some good, I guess, the difference of the trees that were, just to make sure we're 100% on coordinated. The landscape team, we updated the trees in these views here from last time. And then one thing you'll notice is that the building, which we've been working on, has parallel move to give it simplicity, clarity, and a little more harmony, is a calmer effect in the background with the landscaping that's proposed and shown in these notes here. The key site plan is where they're taken from down below. So here is Saratoga Associates before. We use this exact same shots, just to apples to apples. And this is, they say, year one. But actually this is accurate. So they left out some trees, left out some landscaping, the wall is not quite right. And the building has changed. So this is day one. And then this is the same view, year 10. So as you can see on the left side, the landscape filled in, the right side filled in as well. So year one, day one, year 10. And this view, their other view they showed last time is this view before. And this is their year one. Notice it's not day one, it's year one. But so this is our day one. And it's very different in terms of the feel, the character off Broadway, as you can see. And then this is year 10. So again, the same landscaping, same planting. It's just filled in. This is the biggest one. So they showed this before, and then they show this after. So this is really not accurate at all. In terms of their entrance on Broadway, the length of stone wall, this whole corner they show being removed, and they show a couple little tiny trees here. None of this is correct. This is going to be day one. So we're keeping, the entrance is going to be collected with the stone wall to show continuum with the entrance. Stone wall, a tiny spot open inside here. You can't see it. There's the public plaza. This entire stone wall corner is remaining, as they showed it removed. And then the planting of the trees is going to be much more robust. And then again, the same view on day 10, year 10, sorry, is just more growth. And then this tree was the one was discussed last time. I think this is accurate in terms of visual look. Paul can speak to that. View 4 they proposed before. Again, you see the side of the office building there, the side doors and vents and louvers. And this is their year one, or this is their year one. Whereas this is our day one. And then this is year 10. So again, we worked with your board and consultants to properly screen and shield and keep the character along the wall. Right now, it's sort of a loose, tall hedge that's fronting the stone wall, which are replaced by some trees, and those will continue to grow throughout the years. This was before Saratoga Associates, they're before IDEA. This is year one. So this is not what they show is a model. Grass paver is not correct. The building wasn't even correct back then. They just extrapolated what was parts of what the building was there. So this is our day one, and we're showing a calmer, quieter building, and landscaping close to the building. And this is also showing, it's so hard to see, but also on the towards the wall side. This is going to be a grass. It's going to look like this. Grass. It won't be grass pavers. It's going to be grass. With a substructure underneath that can support fire trucks. It's a specific product. So, but for all intents and purposes, it remains grass. And again, no access except for emergencies. And then it just continues to fill in the building as the years progress. And that's all we have for this one. We also have anything else we may need from civil or landscape. We'd like to run through some of those. It's up to you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Paul, you ready?
Yes.
You want to share or you want me to do it?
I can bring it up.
Okay.
The right screen. Oh, I gotta click share. So Paul DeVito with Stonefield Engineering.
So yeah, pretty much everything Peter said remains true with the landscape plan. There were two areas that we looked to improve from the last submission, those being the entranceway at the fire pull-off. We just went with a little bit of a taller shrub at the day one condition, and then that shrub will grow to be about 10 feet tall. So that's going to provide us for additional screening within the area while providing for safe sight lines to be maintained. And then we also look to provide a little bit additional evergreen screening at the southeast corner of the building with this evergreen trees within this area where my cursor is, just to further provide some additional screening for the building. So everything else within the landscape plan remained the same. Just do want to point out we did have just a slight typo in terms of the frontage oak trees. Right here, the intention is that these trees will be proposed in our previous iterations at 4-inch caliper. Currently, they're being shown at 2.5. Again, just a typo. Intention is that these frontage trees, being those pin oaks, will be at the 4-inch caliper size, which was requested by the village professionals. And then moving on, we did submit a canopy exhibit. Just loading. Just take a minute, it's almost there. There's no change to the roof deck. This file's large. Okay, here's the canopy exhibit. So this is the landscape plan L5. So what we did here is we looked to compare the existing canopy condition to the proposed mature canopy condition of the site, per the landscape plan. So we have a couple of basic symbols in here. Just look to try to simplify what we were looking at. So the trees identified in yellow, these would be existing non-native or invasive trees on site. The green trees, the light green, these are going to be your native trees. And then the existing evergreen trees, these are going to be the darker green. Trees with an X are those trees to be removed. And what you can kind of see or gather from this image is that the trees along the frontage within the Broadway buffer and the majority of the trees throughout the property are existing non-native or invasive trees on site. And we had a couple limited native shade trees around the building foundation. And then we had kind of a scattering of evergreen trees along the property lines, but no truly defined buffering to the site as is today. And then moving down to the proposed mature canopy condition, you can see the site is now filled with existing and proposed native deciduous trees. And then the dark green color symbol here is the locations of the proposed buffer location. So we're looking to really provide intentional design, screening, and buffering shown within those images that Peter shared this evening. But it's a good kind of method here to understand where the evergreen trees are located around the building, and then where the shade trees are. And then the last item that I would like to point out within this image is the preservation of the open space within the frontage area, which does maintain that character of the campus-like feel, which was a specific design thought throughout the process. So, and that was the extent of the landscape plan updates.
You mentioned 2.5-inch caliber going to 4-inch.
Mm-hmm.
Not being a tree person, what are the heights of 2.5 versus 4 inch, 2.5 inch versus 4 inch.
Sure. So a 4 inch caliper tree will be in the 18-foot range for a pin oak. At a 2.5 inch caliper, it might be 12 to 14 foot.
So you went from the 2.5 inch to 4 inch, which is 15 feet or so.
Correct, approximately.
Okay, thank you. Kathy, you got more?
We have Peter Gregory available if there's any civil questions.
We have our landscape architect, Susan Nolan, present tonight. She has written as our consultant, she has provided the board with her insight into what was presented last meeting and what was presented tonight. Suzanne?
Okay.
Speaking to the mic.
Oh, sorry.
Tell us who you are first.
I am Suzanne Nolan. I am the consulting landscape architect for the village. And I've been, reviewing this project since the beginning. And last month, there was a presentation by Saratoga Associates, and I wanted to provide the planning board with, my assessment of what Saratoga Associates provided in their letter and with regard to the images. So, the letter provided by Saratoga Associates, prepared on behalf of the neighboring property owners, contains broad and sweeping statements that, coupled with its excessive length and inaccuracies, obscure basic facts about the site and the information the planning board will be using to make decisions about the adequacy of landscape treatment, mitigation for tree removal, and preservation of landscape character along the Broadway corridor. Do you want me to go through this whole?
Yes, please.
The whole thing. Okay, so the actual site
If you
conditions.
need water in between the.
I might. The site's landscape is managed as a small campus with a central lawn panel to the west of the parking lot and building areas. A privet hedge reaching approximately 8 feet in height is maintained along Broadway and sporadically along Strawberry Lane. Deciduous trees are concentrated at the frontage along Broadway, along the north and west property lines, and in a grassy area on axis with the existing building approximately 85 east of the roadway in proximity to a remnant brick patio. The significant tree among this cluster of 10 trees is a 36-inch ginkgo biloba, clearly planted as a horticultural specimen and with a relationship to the remnant patio. The other 9 trees in that cluster are located downslope of the ginkgo. With the exception of an eastern hemlock, the remaining 8 trees, black cherry, Norway maple, and sugar maple, appear to have seeded themselves, and because this area is maintained as lawn, likely grew to a size that evaded the mower due to a maintenance oversight. The area around them continues to be mowed and maintained as lawn. The plant material with the most visual impact from Broadway is a tall privet hedge and 6 mature Siberian elms, together which provide deciduous screening of the current use. The most effective during the growing season. The Siberian elms are currently considered invasive in the lower Hudson region, where containment to limit their spread is recommended. Due to their relatively equal spacing, alignment along Broadway, and large size, they range from 29 inches to 41 inches. The 5 largest may have been planted before the negative characteristics of this fast-growing species, brittle wood, copious seed production, and ecological disruption, were known, with one having self-seeded. The applicant's arborist report prepared by Save a Tree Consulting Group dated January 26, 2026 identifies them in fair, poor, or critical condition. Also located along Broadway, the Broadway frontage, but 20 feet farther east of the elms, is a 35-inch sugar maple. It's in good condition and, due to the slow growth rate of the tree, likely predates the establishment of the elms. It's identified to be retained. It is a native tree. Concentrated at the northern and southern corners of Broadway are 14 Norway maples, apparently self-seeded trees, which are either at the property margins or in mowed lawn areas. While 2 are in good condition, the remainder are in fair or poor condition. Norway maple is an invasive tree included in the DC's list of regulated plants. Containment to limit their spread is recommended. Along Strawberry Lane, east of the roadway buffer, is a line of 5 eastern larch, a deciduous conifer, providing sparse screening, all but one of which has been identified as in fair condition. Then there are 11 coniferous trees sprinkled throughout the site, none of which are grouped to provide continuous screening of on-site features. There are also 5 flowering trees generally located in proximity to the buildings, typical of a small campus. At the northeast corner of the site is a cluster of 15 trees consisting of large sugar maple, Norway maple, black cherry, and sassafras. The area around these trees is maintained in a less manicured condition than the remainder of the site. The only oak on site is a 15-inch native black oak in fair condition located along the east property line at the rear of the property. Recommendations of the Irvington Tree Commission. A letter was provided to the Planning Board by the Tree Commission on August 1st, 2025, that includes recommendations for treatment of the existing trees in the Broadway buffer and for the number of mitigation tree plantings they would like to see. The Commission cites the importance of the view along Broadway and states the Siberian elms which overhang Broadway need to all be removed. They are becoming hazardous and are considered invasive in many states. Likewise, all the invasive Norway maples in the Broadway buffer should be removed. Sugar maple number 108 is the best tree on the property, and this needs protecting. Sugar maple number 108 is in fact being protected and is being retained in the current plan.
1 second. You worked with the tree commission
Yes,
hand in hand.
yes. The tree, yes, I met with the tree commission and I completely concur with their assessment.
You did
and
a joint
recommendations.
inspection of the site
Oh,
also.
yes, we did. We did. And yes, we were chased from it also. So it was lots of fun. So planting and site plan as of the June 2026 Planning Board submission. The current planting plan shows the removal of all Norway maples and Siberian elms in the 125-foot Broadway buffer. The 5 regularly spaced invasive elms are replaced with 5 regularly spaced long-lived pin oaks located with sensitivity to 35-inch sugar maple, which is shown as protected. The former privet hedge along Broadway is replaced by low native plantings where site distance in and out of the driveway precludes tall plantings, and by evergreen holly that will reach a height of 8 feet where site distance is not an issue. Green giant arborvitae flank the site entrance behind newly configured semicircular portions of masonry wall. Evergreen American holly are grouped at the southwest corner of the site near a new pedestrian plaza entrance with a flowering tree at the corner of Strawberry Lane. The 36-inch ginkgo will be removed due to proximity to the driveway construction on its west side, installation of the subsurface stormwater infrastructure on the south side, and the grading of the site, all of which will result in encroachment and damage within the structural root zone of the tree. Farther east of the Broadway buffer, in front of the proposed building, 12 additional canopy trees, 13 evergreens, and 1 flowering tree are arranged for screening, accentuating internal circulation, and shading pedestrian pathways. The remaining 5 canopy trees are located on the east rear of the building, and 123 evergreens are used for screening along Strawberry Lane and along the north and east property lines. Spanning the area between the Broadway plantings and the plantings in front of the proposed building is an open lawn area, serving as the location of an extensive subsurface stormwater system to the south and snow storage and the root zone of the 36-inch maple to the north. Groups of existing trees are retained at the northeast corner of the site, 17 trees. On Strawberry Lane, 4 trees immediately east of the Broadway buffer, and at the southeast corner of the site, 2 trees. There were 3 individual trees retained throughout the site, 36-inch maple in the Broadway buffer, a Douglas fir in the Broadway buffer along Strawberry Lane, and a 15-inch black oak on the rear property line. The character of the proposed landscape is similar to the existing, except that long-lived native plants replace the over-mature, short-lived invasives. Open lawn is replicated in the proposed plan in conformance with the purpose of the MFO district to permit uses in a manner that maintains the character of the large properties with deep setbacks and open landscapes. Insufficiencies of the applicant's project visualizations identified by Saratoga Associates. Saratoga Associates states that in the absence of a rigorous technical analysis or meaningful visualizations from the applicant, Saratoga Associates has prepared accurate and demonstrative photo simulations. Saratoga's images are exclusively photoreal, unlike the applicant's previous images that included both representational elevations, views at year 1 and year 18, as well as photoreal images for views along Strawberry Lane. The quality of Saratoga's images is high and the plant material is relatively accurate as to form and structure of the trees. However, the images show a winter view of leafless deciduous trees during the initial year of planting, which is the most barren view possible. They did not provide any future year views during summer growing season. By comparison, the applicant has been providing photoreal images with plant material of a coarser texture and denser visual quality. For the elevations at year 1 and year 18, the plant material has been of a very dense character. It appears, however, that these elevations are no longer included in the applicant's submission, and that for the June submission, they're using the Saratoga images as the basis for their elevations and modifying them to show first year during summer growing season, as well as at 10 years. The applicant's modification of the Saratoga Associates year 1 and year 10 appear to be accurate, although they continue to use tree images that are extremely dense and coarse. This is likely a function of the images available to them in the photo library for the graphics program they're using and the difficulty of depicting accurate leaf texture. I also have in my summary, like a discussion of all the different types of trees. The overall number of trees site-wide is 116 in the existing condition, and the trees within the Broadway buffer, there were 31 of those 116 trees. There are 31 in the Broadway buffer. Within the Broadway buffer, the 31 trees, 20 are invasive, all to be removed because they're undesirable and for grading reasons. The 3 ornamentals will all be removed because of the utilities and grading issues. And of the 8 natives, 6 will be removed. 2 will be retained, one of which is the 19-inch sugar maple, and 1 is a 11-inch Douglas fir. There will be an overall number of new trees will be 184, 27 of which of those will be in the Broadway buffer. So facts to be aware of when reviewing the Saratoga Associates letter. The curb-to-curb opening of the proposed driveway and semicircular wall configuration is 56 feet, not the 92 feet identified in their letter. There's only one existing oak on site, and it's located along the rear property line. Replacement trees will be standard nursery stock and not saplings, specified at standard sizes intended to increase the potential for acclimation to site conditions and long-term success. While they will be far smaller than the mature trees they replace, they will be long-lived, non-invasive plants that contribute to the ecology of the site and surrounding landscapes, increasing rather than impairing its long-term value. While it will likely take decades for newly planted trees to mature, the generally fair to poor condition of the majority of the site's canopy trees call to question the viability of these trees in surviving the next decade. The site is an open campus with some wooded areas at the margins of the property. It is mischaracterized as having a mature forest canopy. While the author of the letter contends that the North Broadway frontage of the site is currently defined by a stately corridor of mature elms, maples, and oaks, and also refers to them as specimen trees, there are actually no oaks, and the invasive elms and maples are over mature, of generally fair condition. That's being generous. And their removal has been recommended by the Village Tree Commission. The argument that renewal of the landscape along Broadway with native, non-invasive, eventually stately oaks is fundamentally degrading the leafy estate-like experience of this primary village gateway does not consider the declining condition of the trees, basal decay, dead wood, and critical condition, their actual form, leaning, unbalanced, their negative effect on the aesthetics of and ecology of the site, their invasive, and the relationship to neighboring properties. Discussion of the massive 20 to 30 foot retaining wall system fails to note that this terrace retaining wall system will only be visible to residents of the site. And finally, the argument is made that the specimen elms, oaks, and maples along Broadway date from the mid-19th century. However, the elms are fast-growing trees, so despite being large, they are likely 20th century trees. There are no oaks in the Broadway buffer, and based on their location and size, it appears that the Norway maples are all weed trees, having escaped cultivation from within or off. So,
thank you, Suzanne. You have to drink the water. Okay. Okay, we also received document identified as Architectural Review Board of Irvington. And all the planning board here, everyone here has received that document and have considered it and the issues raised in it. There are some architectural items in there such as windows. That the ARB can address the windows, but we have looked at them and considered the issues raised and moving on.
Mr. Chair, I'd like
Ms.
to.
Mrs. Zelantis,
Yeah, I'd like-
Kathy, do you have any comments on that?
I would like to note for the record that this was formulated apparently at the ARB's May meeting. We had specifically requested to be adjourned from the May meeting. We had no knowledge that it was going to be on the agenda, and they should not have discussed our application without the applicant present at the, especially when we requested an adjournment. We made a new submission just yesterday to be on the June agenda. And that's why we requested an adjournment to the June agenda.
Mr. Chairman, it was also not on the published agenda. I checked the published agenda and it was not.
Okay, so noted. It's something that we will consider. Mary Ann, you want to give your version of the new rules?
Yeah, Kathy went through the secret amendments, but I'll do it again. He went through kind of quickly and they're big changes, so for the board, so I'm repeating some of what she said. But it's worth hearing a second time. I think it's a really important set of changes and it's kind of really huge. On May 27th, Governor Hochul announced a number of changes to the environmental conservation law regarding SECRA. And she did it in the context, if you listen to her Let Them Build message, it was interesting. She said New York State's priorities are to build more housing and provide more childcare. Those were the top two things she said. It was interesting. Okay, but the biggest change and highly relevant to this project is that certain housing construction projects are exempt altogether from SECRA. You know how on the most of the applications we have, I say it's a type 2, so it's not subject to SECRA. For whatever reason, they didn't make it a type 2, but they call it an exemption. It's an exemption. Actually, a lot of the I've been reading a lot of articles about it, and some people actually do refer to it as I think you mentioned this too, Ashley, as more type 2. But they're exempt, and it means they don't have to be reviewed at all under SECRA once the reviewing board determines that it meets the requirements for exemption. So the requirements for the exemption are one, that the project be for the purpose of the construction of housing. 2, that it be on a previously disturbed site. And what they mean by a previously disturbed site is it's one that's been formerly occupied by a building for at least 2 years. It has to adjoin another parcel that's occupied by a building. There's several. It can contain, this number is really high. If it's got up to 300 units, it's exempt. And certain 100 overall, but if you're in certain
U.S. Census designated urban area, which the entirety of the village of Irvington is.
So somebody
Hold, Marion. That was Ashley Lay, AKRF, that just.
So
2 cents.
essentially, assuming it meets the other requirements, in Irvington, if there's a 300 unit housing development, it does not require SECRA. Okay, one of the other conditions, it has to be connected to existing community or public water and sewage systems. It says it can contain no more than 20% commercial, retail, or other non-residential uses by gross floor area. I know Kathy talked about a calculation she did, but the building department did a calculation as well, like the most conservative calculation you could do, not making exemptions, you know, for what our code exempts under gross floor area, whatever. It's just gross floor area because we don't know what the state meant by it. So we're taking the worst, and it came to almost 19%. Yeah, it was not 20%. The site can't be located in a FEMA designated 100-year floodplain or special flood hazard area, which this is not. The site cannot have been used for agricultural purposes the last 5 years, which it hasn't, and it can't be located in a coastal erosion hazard area. That law took effect immediately, May 27th, I think it was that Wednesday, and it applies to all pending unless they're already in the process of an environmental impact statement, which this one's not.
Okay. Lori, do you have any questions on the exemption that we're discussing with this?
I have none.
And we've gone over this, everybody, we've gone over this.
I have none.
Mike,
No, I have no questions.
Mike B,
No questions.
Mary Ann? You have a read.
Yeah, I did prepare a resolution if the
All right, we're going to proceed with a resolution accepting the exemption.
because the board here, the board has to formally find that it is exempt, so.
Well, we just canvassed the vote and we're on board with you moving ahead with it.
You want me to read the resolution?
Yes, that would be a good idea.
Whereas in May 2024, DKR 9 LLC Varma Real Estate Development Varma applied to the planning board for special permit and site development plan approval to construct a combined multifamily and school use at the 76 North Broadway property for which they were the contract vendee. And was the planning board determined that it was a type action under the State Environmental Quality Review Act and would have to be reviewed under that law. And whereas for the past 2 years, the planning board has been taking a hard look at all of the areas required to be analyzed under SEQRA. And was on May 27th, Governor Hochul signed into law effective immediately certain changes to the SEQRA law, which rendered certain housing development exempt from SEQRA review. In which the planning board determines that the Varma project at 76 North Broadway is for the purpose of construction of housing. And whereas if the following requirements are met, the project for the construction of housing is exempt from SEQRA. 1, it must be located on a previously disturbed site. A site is previously disturbed if it's been substantially altered by an occupied building for at least 2 years prior to the application for housing development. 2, the site shall abut another parcel that's been occupied by a building for 2 years prior to the application, provided the abutting parcel is not occupied by an industrial or agricultural use. 3, the site cannot be located in FEMA designated 100-year floodplain or special flood hazard area. 4, the site's not being used for agricultural purposes and has not been so used for the last 5 years. In the last 5 years. 5, the site cannot be located in a designated coastal erosion hazard area. 6, it must be connected to existing community or public water and sewage systems. 7, it must contain no more than 20% commercial, retail, community facility, or other non-residential uses by gross floor area. It must not exceed 100 dwelling units or 300 dwelling units in an urban area as such term or equivalent term as are comfortably defined by the United States Census Bureau. 9, it must not include construction of only one single family residence on a parcel of 1 or more acre. Whereas the Village of Irvington in its entirety is located within an area defined by the 2020 United Census as an urban area, it just means that you could have up to 300 dwelling units. Whereas the building department has calculated the total square footage of the school is under 20%, and the planning board finds the project at 76 North Broadway meets all of the requirements listed above. And whereas Varma has submitted a certification that Phase 1 environmental site assessment has been conducted for 76 North Broadway in accordance with all appropriate regulations of the United States Environmental Protection Agency, and it will follow all applicable laws, rules, and regulations regarding hazardous waste, and will follow all applicable recommendations of the Phase 1 environmental assessment. I'm not sure that applies. I don't think it does, but I've been told it might, so we had them put in the certification. They put in the certification. And now, so now therefore be resolved that the Planning board determines that the Varma project at 76 North Broadway is exempt from review under the state environmental quality.
Thank you, Mary Ann. And when he looked toward you about the 20%, you should have noted that for the record that you nodded yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we've all talked about this. We've all, and I'm saying you all, if I'm incorrect, please let me know. Lori?
You are not in.
Yeah.
You are not incorrect.
Mike?
You are not incorrect.
Mike, the other Mike?
You're not incorrect.
Okay. We're all satisfied with the resolution?
Well, I think what's happening is that someone wants to comment on the resolution before we take a vote, so probably is the.
Okay.
To give him an opportunity because he's hearing it for the first time.
I'm hearing it for the first time, and it was surprising to me because
You have to say-
sorry, this is Adam Stollerow. I'm from the law firm Cy Paget, representing neighbors of the project. I mean, this is the first time we're hearing of this. Obviously, these amendments are very new, but you know, a draft negative declaration was also distributed tonight, and the board can't have it both ways. Either you can decide that this is exempt and you go down that road and we can litigate that, or you can issue a negative declaration, you go down that road and we'll litigate that. But the board can't say it's exempt and then issue a negative declaration. So what the amendments say is that in order for this project to qualify, it can contain no more than 20% commercial, retail, community facility, or other non-industrial, non-residential uses by gross floor area. Parking in the basement of this building is a non-residential, non-industrial use. The applicant's own submissions are the best way to look at this. You look at the applicant's sheet T101 from November 19th, 2025. It has, it set forth what the areas of all of the floors are. I have to look at this on my phone, but the chart breaks down the building floor area, provides the residential at 49,000 and change, school at 11,000 and change, parking at 41,000 and change, mechanical and storage at almost 2,000 for a total area of 104,000. Now, I heard the applicant say tonight that the school is only 9,000. Even if these numbers change a little bit, you have parking here at 41,000 square feet. That is not a residential use. It's not treated as a residential use under the village's zoning code. It's an accessory use to a residential use. It is not residential. So when you take parking and you add it to the school, you're at close to 50% of the floor area. Now, what the applicant and the village attorney and staff are pointing to, I believe, are the provisions of the MFO at 224-47.9. And that concerns the calculation of floor area ratio. That is not a general description of gross floor area. The gross floor area is defined in the zoning code at 224.3 as the sum of the gross horizontal areas of all floors of any building or buildings on a lot, measured from the exterior faces of the exterior walls or from the center line of walls common to two buildings. In particular, the floor area shall include any basement or cellar space used for any purpose other than storage or mechanical equipment or building services, which the applicant in its previous submissions has told you how much the mechanical space is. It's not the parking, and they've told you how much the parking is. So for them to come in now and say what we told you before, the secret amendments, which is listed on our application, now they're going to come in with a new number to try and fit secret amendments. You have to go by what they've told you in the past, which is that parking is at 41,000 square feet. So all of those other ways that they're trying to twist the zoning code relate to the calculation of floor area ratio and not gross floor area. And specifically, if you go to those sections of the code, it says for the purposes of this section, meaning for the purposes of calculating floor area ratio, this is not a gross floor area calculation. So if the board wants to litigate this, I'm sure it will be, a case of first impression under SECRA, and I would encourage the board to vote no on this resolution.
Thank you. Mary Ann?
Thought I made the point at the beginning when I said we did not use Ed and I in doing the calculations, did not use the FAR. We just used gross floor area, including everything.
It was.
What? And that, no, you, no, that,
41,000 square feet in the basement.
oh, no, but where I'm disagreeing with you, and Ashley will back me up on this. Parking is part of the residential. You don't have a residential building without parking. Parking is included. That
It's
is not
treated as an
industrial.
accessory use.
It's a required
When you're
component of
speaking,
the
it's not getting picked up.
It's
And-
not,
and
a
we're
separate-
not gonna
Okay,
get
let
into-
Ashley speak. No,
it's not a separate commercial parking lot. This is not
Ashley
a,
identifies.
sorry, Ashley Lai, Senior Vice President, AKRF Consultant for the Village. Planning Consultant for the Village. The parking that's proposed here is parking in any multifamily building. It's part and parcel to the multifamily use. It's required that they provide parking to support these residential units. It's not a separate standalone parking structure that's serving a commercial area or a downtown. This is part and parcel, just like you'd have parking in front of a single family home or a garage. It's not a separate use.
It's a non-residential, non-industrial use under the zoning code. It's treated as an accessory use. Otherwise, it would just be under residential. It's not.
accessory uses are residential uses.
No, they're not. They're
Yes, they
accessory.
are. No,
They're accessory.
no, they're in any residential zone. It lists permitted principal uses and accessory uses. And typical and accessory uses are parking.
I'm sure that as you've approved other applications, it has not included parking in the gross floor area for a residential use.
This never come up before. You wouldn't have to do this.
Like I said, the board has a choice here to go one direction or the other. You can exempt it or you can neg deck it.
I'm not arguing with you.
Yeah.
I'm telling the board my reason.
Thank you, Counselor. We have our regional attorney, we have our consultant, AKRF. And in spite of your esteemed opinion, board refers to our own legal counsel. And so we okay with this?
Is the board
With
okay
what
with
he
it?
talked about.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't have anything more to say about it.
Okay. I make a motion to approve the resolution exempting this application from secret as read by village attorney Mary Ann Fessich. All in favor?
Vote individually.
Say by
Individually.
roll.
Lori?
Yes.
In favor, yes.
Caesar Manfredi, yes.
Yes.
Mike Smith, yes.
Yes.
Mike DeFuco. Okay, that's carried. Okay, even though Counselor pointed out that we can't have it both ways, we are going to consider enacting the negative declaration in the event the new amendments are modified or invalidated. And because the planning board has taken a hard look at this project for 2 whole years and would not want that effort to go down the drain. And we put a lot of time in this, many nights, 1 o'clock in the morning, at home, reading it, trying to watch the ball game and reading the voluminous documentations. I was thinking of my daughter running the marathon, and this has been like a marathon, and stopping 100 yards short is just not in the game. So we're going to go through with this, and Ashley Lai of AKRF has put together negative declaration language. And I wanted to point out, at the last meeting, there was some productive comments from the floor, and all those comments have been addressed in addition to what Ashley read last month. The comments that were received were very interesting and required a response. And this latest version that she's going to read now included information that she put together in response, I guess, to what we heard last month. And we, at the board, just asking the board, we've all seen this and we've discussed it. This is not just the chairman speaking. Go ahead, Ash.
So I'm going to start on.
It's very voluminous, so if you have to take a breath, please do. Don't faint or.
I'm going to start on page 3 because the first page, 2.5 pages is really just listing everything that was received by the board from the applicant and the village's consultants. and makes reference to documents that were received from the public. So starting in the middle of page 3. In addition to the documents and materials listed above, the planning board considered extensive comments from members of the public at meetings throughout the process, as well as all written comments and reports received. The Village of Irvington Planning Board, as lead agency, has assessed the potential impacts of the proposed action and makes the following findings. 1, land impacts. While the proposed action will involve the excavation and removal of over 1,000 tons of natural material to construct the underground parking garage, the EAF narrative states that a portion of the excavated material will be reused on site as fill, and the remainder will be exported under a managed trucking plan. Truck traffic will occur during off-peak hours along designated truck route north on North Broadway towards I-287, with metered departures approximately 3 to 4 trucks per hour, and measures to prevent tracking or dust such as scrubbing pads and covered dumpsters. While construction will extend beyond 1 year, it will comply with the time restrictions provided in Village Code 148-49. In addition, a construction management plan that includes truck staging and circulation will be implemented during construction. The proposed action mitigates potential erosion impacts by minimizing disturbances and impervious surfaces on steep slopes. In addition, terrace retaining walls and contouring would reduce potential impacts in steep sloped areas. Landscaping and stabilization measures are proposed to revegetate and stabilize steep slope disturbances. The applicant has submitted an erosion control plan consistent with DEC guidance and the New York State standards and specifications for erosions and sediment control. The documentation reviewed supports the conclusion that the proposed action would not result in significant adverse land impacts. 2, impact on geologic features. The project site does not contain any unique or unusual landforms. Therefore, the proposed action would not result in the modification or destruction of or inhibit access to any unique or unusual landforms, and no significant adverse impacts to geologic features are anticipated. 3, impacts on surface waters. The project site does not contain any surface water resources. The existing site has approximately 0.9 acres of impervious surface that is collected and channeled and discharged to a location at the surface of the adjacent roadway, Broadway. The site does not currently have a stormwater system. The proposed impervious surfaces will increase by about 0.35 acres and include stormwater infiltration system with a volume of 0.8 acre feet or 35,000 cubic feet, with an overflow connected to the drainage system on Broadway. The stormwater peak flow is proposed to be reduced from 22.5 cubic feet per second to 3.7 cubic feet per second, and the stormwater runoff volume is proposed to be reduced from about 80.5 KCF to 16.3 KCF. Therefore, the runoff peak flow and volume will be reduced, and the proposed action will not result in a significant adverse impact to wetlands or other surface water bodies. Impact on groundwater. The proposed action would be served by public water and would not result in new or additional use of groundwater, nor would it have the potential to introduce contaminants to the groundwater or an aquifer. The proposed infiltration system will collect and infiltrate stormwater that would add to groundwater recharge. The water table was not present in soil testing, and the soils have a high sand content, making infiltration a standard type of stormwater practice. Therefore, the proposed action would not result in significant adverse impacts to groundwater. Flooding impacts. The project site is not within a designated floodway or floodplain. The applicant has provided a stormwater pollution prevention plan in compliance with the DEC Stormwater Design Manual with post-stormwater practices that indicate reduction of peak flow and volume, compliance with stormwater regulations will avoid the potential for impacts associated with flooding. Impacts on air. The proposed action would not include a state-regulated air emission source, therefore significant adverse impacts to air quality are not anticipated. 7, impacts on plants and animals. The proposed action involves the redevelopment of a previously disturbed site in a suburban area. The project site, which is primarily comprised of buildings, parking areas, and maintained lawn and landscaping, does not contain wetlands or other sensitive habitat features. Although the proposed action involves the removal of existing trees, it also will install a substantial amount of landscaping, including a mix of deciduous and coniferous native trees and other native plantings throughout the site. The proposed action was extensively reviewed by the village's landscape architect consultant, found that many of the existing trees on the property are invasive or in poor health. The proposed action proposes to add a mix of deciduous and coniferous native trees and other native plantings interspersed throughout the site. The proposed landscape plan has been designed to enhance the visual character, ecological function, and long-term sustainability of the site and includes a restoration of the on-site canopy. Proposed action would remove existing non-native and invasive plantings and dead or dying plantings and replace these plantings with long-lived native trees or plant species selected for the resilience, environmental benefits, and compatibility with the surrounding landscape character. Specifically, the proposed action would remove the invasive Siberian elm trees and replace them with native oak trees along North Broadway. The restoration of the existing canopy along North Broadway would provide decades-long ecological value to the site and community while maintaining the character of the North Broadway corridor. In addition, the landscape plan maintains and improves the existing campus-style lawn aesthetic within the front yard areas while introducing evergreen and shade trees to buffer views of the building from North Broadway and Strawberry Lane. The existing parking area is proposed to be removed within the 250-yard buffer area and replaced with lawn and plantings. The proposed plantings are intended to create a layered and visually cohesive landscape that balances openness with appropriate screening and seasonal interest. The evergreen trees will ensure year-round screening. There are no known threatened or endangered species on the project site, therefore significant adverse impacts to plants and animals is not anticipated. 8, there are no agricultural resources, so no impacts. I'll skip reading that one. 9, aesthetic resources impacts. As required by the zoning, the proposed action would preserve the large 250-foot front yard setback from Broadway. Use of the proposed action from the public right-of-way would be screened by topography, preservation of mature vegetation, supplemented by additional landscaping and large setbacks. The proposed action includes substantial landscaping along Strawberry Lane frontage to would minimize views on the proposed buildings. Proposed action would establish a 250-foot setback from Broadway, consistent with zoning requirements. The property's existing commercial asphalt parking area, which encroaches into the 250-foot setback, would be removed, and both the proposed building and the parking area would be located 250 feet from Broadway. Unlike the existing two-story structure, where approximately half of the building is within the 75-foot rear yard setback, the proposed building fully complies with all required setbacks, including the 50-foot side yard setback and 75-foot rear yard setback. The proposed building would be 3 stories at its highest point, with portions of the buildings closer to Broadway, setbacks between 250 and 300 feet, limited to 2 stories. With these increased setbacks and height limitations, the proposed action minimizes visibility from offsite locations and achieves the zoning requirements. In response to comments from the planning board and the public, the proposed action would relocate the main entrance from Strawberry Lane to Broadway. This relocation requires creating a new opening in the existing stone wall to establish a pedestrian and vehicular access into the site. Approximately 100 linear feet of the stone wall will be removed to create an entrance with the curved wall, resulting in an approximately 50-foot wide opening at completion. The applicant proposes to utilize the stone salvaged from the removed section of wall to create a curved wall entrance feature on each side of the North Broadway driveway. This curved feature wall will incorporate the architectural style of other curved walls along North Broadway, such as Matheson Park, Heritage Hill Road, Strawberry Lane, and 108 North Broadway, and create a visual of an elongated stone wall, thereby reducing any visual impacts arising from the removal of a portion of the stone wall. On the Strawberry Lane side of the project site, the existing driveway entrance into the commercial parking lot would provide access to a structural permeable grass paved area intended to provide the Village of Irvington Fire Department access for emergency and fire suppression purposes. As such, the stone wall parallel to Strawberry Lane would remain almost entirely intact, except for a small portion of the wall near the intersection of Broadway that would be removed to provide pedestrian access from Strawberry Lane through the property to the proposed Broadway crosswalk for the benefit of the Strawberry Lane residents. In addition, the driveway's curved walls extending from Strawberry Lane into the property, along with the asphalt driveway leading to the commercial parking lot, would be removed. The proposed action would remove 76 trees, of which 29 are in the 125-foot Broadway buffer. Of the Broadway buffer trees, 20 are invasive species. The proposed action would plant 184 new trees, including 27 within the Broadway buffer. The proposed trees include 24 canopy trees, 4 flowering trees, and 156 evergreen trees. The proposed trees would be approximately 2.5 inches to 4 inches diameter of grass height at the time of planting, which is a healthy size to ensure survival and provide initial screening benefits. The planning board has reviewed the photo simulations of the proposed action at the time of planting, and in 10 years, it finds that the proposed action includes sufficient landscaping to avoid any significant adverse aesthetic impacts. The planning board recognizes that over time, the trees and landscaping will grow and further screen the proposed action from view. In addition, the proposed action is consistent with other properties along the east side of North Broadway, which includes the Irvington Gardens, a 2 to 3 story brick multifamily residential complex, approximately 600 feet north of the project site, the office building at 108 North Broadway, which has a curved stone wall entry feature, and the office complex directly to the north of the project site, 90 to 106 North Broadway, which has a large open lawn area and no stone wall for most of its frontage. As discussed above, the proposed action maintains a large setback and open lawn from North Broadway. The proposed action includes approximately 1 acre of maintained lawn area and approximately 1 acre of planted naturalized area. The proposed layout seeks to maintain the campus-like feel of the property's frontage, which is consistent with the character of the other properties along North Broadway. As demonstrated by the photo simulations, cross-sections, line of sight drawings prepared for the project, there will be limited visibility of the proposed buildings to the surrounding community and those engaged in routine travel or recreational or tourism-based activities. Due to the location, topography, and proposed building elevations, the proposed action will not obstruct views of the Hudson River. The documentation reviewed is sufficient to conclude that the proposed action would not result in significant adverse impacts to aesthetic resources. 10, impact on historic and archaeological resources. The project site is not eligible for listing on the state or national register of historic places as determined by the New York State Office of Parks, Recreation, and Historic Preservation. OPRHP previously determined that both the one-story office building and the house structure known as Woodcliff Manor are not eligible for listing. It is also not listed in Westchester County's inventory of historic places. In addition, Woodcliff Manor has not been designated a local landmark under Chapter 144 of the Village Code. As such, while the building has attractive features, it does not meet the criteria for formal historic designation, and therefore removal as part of the project cannot be considered a significant adverse impact. The applicant initially sought to adaptively reuse Woodcliff Manor, but it was ultimately determined to not be practicable because of the inability to develop adequate fire access to Woodcliff Manor or to comply with the zoning code's requirements regarding public coverage limitations and wall height requirements. While this site is proximate to 3 sites that are eligible for listing on the state register, Strawberry Hill, Banner, Old Croton, Aqueduct, and Lawaro, the proposed action would not be visible from these resources due to distance, intervening trees, vegetation, and developed properties. The Strawberry Hill Manor Gatehouse, which is located very close to Strawberry Hill Lane and across from the project site, would have some visibility of the proposed action. However, views of the project site would be comparable to existing views of the office building, and an additional landscape screening is provided to minimize visibility. As such, the proposed action is not anticipated to result in significant adverse impacts to historic or archaeological resources. 11, impact on open spaces and recreation. The project site does not contain any public recreational facilities or open space resources. The proposed action would maintain private areas of open lawn and landscaping consistent with the character of Broadway. In addition, the proposed action would pay recreation fees for the new residential units. Therefore, the proposed action is not anticipated to result in any significant adverse impacts to open space or recreational resources. Critical environmental areas. The project site is across from the Hudson River Critical Environmental Area, so designated for its exceptional and unique character. DEC mapping shows that the CEA extends inland to US Route 9, which also forms the project site's western boundary. However, the project would not reduce the scenic quality or obstruct views of the CEA, particularly since the proposed buildings are sited lower than the existing structures. As such, the proposed action is not anticipated to result in significant adverse impacts to the designated CEA. Impact on transportation. The potential traffic and transportation impacts of the project have been evaluated and mitigation measures incorporated into the proposed action. With these mitigation measures in place, significant adverse traffic impacts can be avoided. The applicant's full traffic impact study is comprehensive and includes analysis and assessments of multiple items that exceed what is required by the Village of Irvington quantitative traffic impact standards and what is typically reviewed under seeker. The traffic analysis utilizes traffic counts collected in 2023 as part of the Route 9 corridor study to be consistent with the previous village studies and includes conservative growth factor of 2% per year from 2023 to 2027, which exceeds the New York Metropolitan Transportation Council's average annual growth rate for roads in Westchester County of 0.57% and below. It should be noted that the site does not take any trip generation credits for the potential of pass-by trips, which are to be expected due to caretakers selecting schools that are convenient to their daily commute or internal trips from proposed residential units, resulting in a conservative trip generation projection. Additionally, although the site may open after the projected build year of 2027, the volume projections and conservative growth rate compensate for any potential delay in project timeline. As such, the traffic volumes utilized for the traffic study are conservative and appropriate. Although the zoning code provides that quantitative traffic standards in section 224-47.13A4 supersede the qualitative traffic standards in section 224-AE, the items which were reviewed by the applicant also satisfy the qualitative standards in the village zoning code. The following summarizes the substantive analysis and findings related to traffic and transportation. Traffic. Conducted a full traffic impact study with trip generation and detailed synchro analysis to study traffic operating conditions for the existing, no build, and build with mitigation and sensitivity analysis within the DOT geometry scenarios at the following intersections: Broadway and Station Road, Broadway and Harriman Road, Broadway and Main Street, Broadway Sunnyside Lane, Broadway Matheson Park / Heritage Hill Road, Broadway and Riverview Road, Broadway and Fargo Lane / Circle Drive, Broadway and Strawberry Lane, Broadway and Side Driveway, Broadway and Meadow. Crash analysis. Found no high crash locations except for Broadway and Main Street, where there was a bicycle crash involving a westbound left turning vehicle. Proposed action would add minimal trips to the westbound left turn lane, would not result in an impact. Parking. Sufficient parking, 111 spaces, is provided on site. The shared parking study prepared by the applicant found that the shared parking demand share between the residential and the school uses would not exceed 75 parked vehicles. Queuing on site. Queue assessment was provided and the queue is not projected to extend to Broadway. The applicant would have staff present during pickup and drop-off hours to prevent queuing onto Broadway. Gaps on Broadway. ACAREF's Route 9 / Broadway study found that there were 1 to 2 acceptable gaps per minute on Broadway in the vicinity of the project site. This would be sufficient to serve the demand of the proposed action. Site access. Provided site distance triangles on the site plan, which indicated that there would be sufficient site distance and visibility of the driveway. Pedestrian circulation. Subject to DOT approval, the applicant proposed a hawk signal pedestrian hybrid beacon at the Strawberry Lane intersection, which provides safe pedestrian access to and from the site, as well as serves the local community on Strawberry Lane to facilitate safe crossings at Broadway. Route 9 complete streets improvements. The applicant conducted a sensitivity analysis as part of the traffic impact study that included DOT's proposed changes at Route 9 and Broadway with the proposed action. The analysis indicated that the driveway exiting the site would operate poorly, but this is an internal site consideration and operations on Broadway would not be affected. Furthermore, the traffic volumes for the proposed action were provided to DOT to be included in the DOT analysis of the corridor. Roadway safety. As part of the traffic impact study, the applicant conducted a crash analysis which only found 1 high crash location at Broadway and Main Street, where the project would be adding minimal turning vehicles. Proposed action would add vehicle trips turning onto and off Broadway at the proposed driveway. Results of the traffic analysis of the driveway indicate that the driveway intersection, including the turn road movements, are projected to operate safely. The driveway also provides sufficient site distance for vehicles turning into and out of the site to safely maneuver onto Broadway. In addition, from a traffic and safety perspective, ACAREF advised against adding a southbound left turn lane on Broadway to access the site because of the existing roadway configuration. There is no roadway space available to add an additional lane, and a lane on Broadway would need to be converted to a left turn lane. By converting an existing lane to a left turn lane, the roadway capacity for southbound Broadway would be reduced, and the left turn lane at this location would only be utilized for school pickup and drop off. In addition to causing backups on Broadway, this would also impact vehicle safety due to southbound through vehicles needing to merge on over and then back. This would also reduce the number of gaps for vehicles turning onto Broadway in the vicinity of the site. As a result, a southbound left turn lane entering the site is not recommended. Mitigation measures and traffic improvements. The proposed action includes the following mitigation measures and traffic improvements. Post-implementation study, including new traffic counts, observations, and detailed analysis to assess operating conditions, level of service, and delay at all study intersections after the facility is open to determine whether the additional mitigation measures would be required, which would be conducted twice a year in conjunction with the special use permit renewal until directed otherwise by the Village of Irvington. Broadway and Main Street, extend westbound left turn lane by 10 feet and modifications to traffic signal timing. Broadway and Sunnyside Lane, modifications to traffic signal timing. Broadway and Matheson Park, modifications to traffic signal timing. And lastly, reduction in student population to 155 and staggered drop-off and pickup times with 62 students arriving during the peak hour and 92 students arriving during the off-peak hour. Therefore, the proposed action is not anticipated to have any significant adverse impacts to traffic and transportation. Impact on energy. The proposed action would increase the use of energy to support the new residential units and school. However, it would include various green technology and sustainability standards, including low-impact HVAC units, low-flow toilets, no VOC interior paints, adhesives, or glues, maximizing air filtration with the mechanical systems and that can provide for 100% outside air on mild days, operable windows, and no use of CFDs or HCFCs. Therefore, the proposed action is not anticipated to result in significant adverse energy impacts. Noise, odor, and light impacts. Construction-related noise and dust would occur during the site development. However, these impacts would be temporary and subject to village regulations restricting construction hours. Operational noise sources would include play use, rooftop terraces, and mechanical equipment, which were evaluated in the GZA noise report. The applicant shall ensure that the proposed action adheres to the requirements of the village's noise regulation. Village of Irvington mechanical permit application checklist requires that noise levels at all of all proposed HVAC equipment must not exceed 65 dBA at any property boundary. The peer-reviewed noise study estimates that the sound level generated by the HVAC equipment at the property boundary exclusive of ambient noise would be 34.7 dBA, see table 1-5. As such, significant adverse noise impacts are not anticipated. Prior to the issuance of a building permit, the applicant shall perform a supplemental noise analysis based on actual equipment selected and location to confirm that the HVAC noise would be less than the 65 dBA at the property line. The applicant shall also provide a monitoring report after installation of the equipment to document the results and confirm that the noise levels would be less than 65 dBA at the property line. Sound barriers would be added to the HVAC units if necessary to meet the 65 dBA requirement, although the analysis indicates that this is unlikely to be necessary. To minimize potential noise impacts from the outdoor facilities, the rooftop terrace would have a maximum occupancy of 30 people, and it would be closed after 9 p.m. on weekdays and 10 p.m. on weekends, except for the 4th of July or the scheduled day of the Irvington fireworks display. Amplified sound would be prohibited on the rooftop terrace. The lighting plan includes a photometric analysis demonstrating that there would be no light spillage onto adjoining properties. Lighting would utilize fully shielded downward directed LED fixtures and be dark sky compliant. The information provided sufficiently documents that there would be no significant adverse noise, odor, or lighting impacts. Lighting color temperature shall be under 3000 Kelvin or warm light and to be dark sky compliant. Therefore, the proposed action is not anticipated to result in significant adverse noise, odor, or light impacts. Human health, skip that one. Consistency with community plans. The proposed action would replace an existing office complex with multifamily housing and a school. The proposed action is consistent with the allowable zoning uses for the property, as well as the Village of Irvington Comprehensive Plan. MFO zoning. The project site is located in the MFO zoning district, and the proposed action is consistent with the district's purpose to encourage diversity of housing. It is also substantially consistent with the special permit criteria, specifically the traffic impact criteria contained therein. It then walks through each of the traffic criteria specifically, which I'm going to skip reading. Furthermore, to minimize the views of the required parking, the proposed project includes underground parking that would be fully shielded from public rights of way with neighboring property lines, since it would be underground. The planning board finds that this meets the intent and purpose of 224-4711B. In addition, consistent with 224-4713B, access to the site is proposed from North Broadway instead of Strawberry Lane. 2018 comprehensive plan. It is also consistent with the Village of Irvington's comprehensive plan that encourages affordable housing and multifamily housing on large MFO district lots. The proposed action includes approximately 20% affordable and moderate income rental units. The village's comprehensive plan notes that over the past several years, there have been redevelopment proposals for large parcels along the Broadway corridor. Given the existing zoning, proposals to the village always included some sort of petition for amendments to the zoning code. Most proposals did not move forward. It significant part due to the lack of clear direction from the community on the reuse of these parcels. One of the main purposes for commencing the comprehensive plan update process was to help the community settle on appropriate zoning for the larger properties along Broadway corridor, particularly on the eastern side of Broadway north of Main Street. Page 2. In 2021, the Village Board of Trustees adopted the multifamily overlay zoning district to implement the recommendations of the comprehensive plan and establish a zoning district that would facilitate appropriate redevelopment. It is critical to note that the proposed action is consistent with the height, bulk, coverage, use, and performance regulations established in the MFO zoning district. In addition, the comprehensive plan notes the importance of these large properties retaining their deep setbacks and open landscapes. Consistent with both the MFO zoning and the comprehensive plan, proposed action maintains a large setback and open lawn area from North Broadway. The comprehensive plan, while seeking to maintain large open lawn areas and setbacks from North Broadway, acknowledged the importance of increasing housing opportunities within the village and did not seek to preserve the single-family character of the area. Furthermore, the proposed uses are consistent with both the comprehensive plan and the MFO zoning district. The comprehensive plan states that to maintain the properties on the northeast portion of Broadway corridor, roughly as they are used now, a new zoning district should be created for them. Uses that the comprehensive plan committee came up with were multifamily residential, including single-family attached, but clustered in order to maximize open space, assisted living facilities of a fixed density, office, research, and design, art galleries, municipal uses, museums, schools, private clubs, boutique hotels, bed and breakfast, and restaurants. It's on page 25. As the proposed action includes multifamily residential arranged in a manner that preserves the open space corridor and a school use, it is wholly consistent with the comprehensive plan. Westchester 2025. The proposed action is also consistent with Westchester 25 policies encouraging redevelopment of underutilized office sites and the Westchester County GML 239N review dated August 20th, 2024, specifically acknowledged the need for residential and childcare uses in their county planning board policy consistency analysis. Governor Hochul's Let Them Build agenda. The proposed action is consistent with the governor's stated agenda to provide more housing and childcare facilities in the state. It is also noted that on May 26, 2026, the New York State passed, the governor signed into law an amendment to the seeker which established a new category of seeker exempt qualified actions. Proposed action meets the criteria for an exempt action because it will connect to an existing community or public water and sewer system at commencement of habitation, be located on a previously disturbed site, contain no more than 20% commercial, retail, or community facility or other non-industrial, non-residential uses by gross floor area, and not exceed 300 dwelling units if located within a census-defined urban area. Therefore, the proposed action would not result in significant adverse impacts to zoning or public policy. Consistency with community character. The proposed action is consistent with the community character and would not adversely impact community services. Fiscal analysis projects 96 new residents, including 12 school-age children, which amounts to an approximately 1.5% population increase. The fiscal analysis utilizes industry standard multipliers. Furthermore, according to the New York State Education Department, the Irvington Union Free School District's 2024 to 2025 school year had a total enrollment of 1,709 students. This was the lowest enrollment over the past 10 years, with peak enrollment occurring in the 2019 to 2020 school year with 1,776 students. Based on historical enrollment trends, it's reasonable to conclude that the additional 12 students could be accommodated within the school district's existing facilities, since even with the addition of these students, the district would be well below peak enrollment. It can also be assumed that these students would be distributed throughout the grades K through 12. Municipal and school tax revenue from the proposed action are estimated to be approximately $784,580 annually, compared to the $85,000 under existing conditions. In addition, it's anticipated that new residents will generate more than $1.66 million annually in retail spending. Fiscal analysis further estimates that approximately 50 full-time equivalent construction jobs that contribute to the local economy. The fiscal analysis includes an assessment of potential impacts to police, fire, and medical services. It includes that while the proposed action may place additional demand on services, the anticipated tax revenues to be generated by the project would outweigh the incremental costs for services and would not place a substantial burden on local service providers. The report estimates that the proposed action would result in one, a small demand less than one for police staffing, two, a small demand 0.5 for additional fire personnel, and less than 0.1 additional fire vehicles, assuming no existing services. But as there are existing services for the property, the actual demand would be less. And three, a minimal increase in 10 ambulance calls per year. In addition, the applicant has been coordinating with the fire department regarding site plan and architectural considerations. Sufficient information has been provided to document that the proposed action would not have a significant adverse impact on police, fire, and medical services. The applicant has also provided an assessment of potential impacts to recreational resources. Proposed action would not have a direct impact on open space or recreational resources and provide some on-site amenities for residents. The proposed action would not have a significant adverse impact on open space or recreational resources. The applicant proposes to use private carting services for all sanitation and recycling pickups. Snow storage areas will be provided out on the project site. The proposed action includes stormwater pollution prevention plan, adherence to DEC's and village stormwater management requirements will ensure that runoff is properly managed and impacts avoided. Therefore, the proposed action is not anticipated to result in significant adverse impacts to DPW services. In addition to the factors considered above, the planning board considered the following guidance from the State Environmental Quality Review Act and its implementing regulations and determined the proposed action would, and then it goes through each of the stated, it goes through the full secret law. Planning board in the village of Irvington has determined that the proposed action meets the requirements for an exemption from seeker under the newly enacted changes to ECL 8-0111. However, given the extensive seeker record to date, and that the drafting of this negative declaration commenced for the adoption of the changes to the seeker law, planning board finds it beneficial for the record to document its hard look and to provide its reasoned elaboration for the public's benefit. Therefore, the planning board of the village of Irvington, acting as lead agency, having reviewed the EAF and all supplementary information, has determined that the proposed action will not have a significant effect on the environment, and a draft environmental impact statement will not need to be prepared.
Wow.
Thank you.
Good reading.
Yeah. Okay. Anybody on the board have any comment on those reading of the?
No comment.
No comment. No comments. No comments.
My only comment is we've gone over this extensively. This is not an idle reading. That's taken place. We've been at this for a while. Not hearing it for the first time.
Right. We specifically went over this last month. There's been revisions in response to what we heard at last month's meeting, so this is the second time for review.
Okay. Any comment from the public?
Adam Stollerow again, Cy Paget and Roselle. We've submitted ample evidence that there are potential significant impacts across this project, and that a positive declaration is required. On the traffic issue, the mitigation is a fiction, not enforceable. Asking parents to stagger the pickup of their children, we believe is against the law, against state law, allowing access to children. But in any case, there's no way for the village to come in and enforce against the applicant. There are multiple unanswered issues related to traffic and the report that was submitted with our last submission. In terms of noise, we have our noise expert on the line via Zoom tonight. It's Dan Przesinowski from Aurora Acoustical. We'll tell you about the issues with the noise study that was just submitted by Varma. On land use and zoning and community character, the project is directly in conflict with the zoning and land use directions in the comp plan, as well as in the zoning law, as we explained last time and in our submissions. In terms of community character, and I think this is borne out by the ARB, which is an involved agency and has submitted secret comments to you, which you said you've considered. It's clear that this proposal is grossly out of character the neighborhood. On visual resources, there is no rebuttal to the fact that there's going to be 10 years of unmitigated visual impacts here. So showing what it's going to look like at 10 years means that you're going to have impacts, and you can see that on the, on the visual simulations that the applicant put together. Not sure why the applicant's using a white building. That's not what's in their plans. If you look at their sheets from their very last submissions, it's an orange and gray building. And we have Matt Allen from Saratoga Associates, who's on the Zoom call as well tonight, who's going to rebut the critiques from the applicant. But Saratoga's analysis was meticulous. I mean, they didn't make this stuff up. They went through the applicant's plans and pulled line by line, and they'll, they can go through exactly what they did in coming up with those analyses, but it's not correct. And it's the applicant here who's winging their analysis. On historical impacts, again, referring to the ARB's letter, they said that there's going to be significant adverse impacts, and the board's not addressing those. So, that was a very lengthy recitation in the neg deck, but the neg deck doesn't provide the hard look that's required here, and it will not hold up in litigation.
Thank you. 2 years of hard look, but anyway. Anybody else? Anybody in the room? Sarah, anybody on Zoom?
Nobody's raising their hand. Oh, wait. Yes. Dan.
Good evening. My name is Dan Pruzanowski. I am the principal of Aurora Acoustical Consultants in East Aurora, New York. At the request of the representatives for the residents on Strawberry Lane, I reviewed the noise assessment portion prepared for the proposed development and prepared a summary with our comments. We further performed separate modeling assessments of the facility to verify the developer's findings and conclusions. And we summarized our findings and assessments in a separate detailed document, which I hope you have now. I would like to outline those findings and comments. In summary, we find the noise assessment lacks supporting information on any of the...
Excuse me, sir. We get it.
We submitted it.
When?
It was received at 6:59.
Oh, no.
Today?
I guess.
PM.
So we haven't had a chance to review, to see what you wrote. But go ahead.
For what it's worth, go ahead.
I just want to summarize our salient findings here. And I believe that the report is lacking information and underestimates some of the potential noise impacts. I think that the developer's noise assessment is based on evaluations of a limited number of sources at the facility. Those sources that they only evaluated was the rooftop air conditioning equipment, 2 playgrounds, and occupants on the roof terrace. The noise assessment does not incorporate other potential sources of sound at the facility, which would include vehicle traffic on the drive to the daycare drop-off and traffic to the parking garage. There's no mention of that. Other equipment, potential building equipment, were not represented in the noise study. And based upon my experience, typical sources for a daycare facility and multifamily residence with underground parking may or should include exhaust fans for the parking garage, exhaust fans for the residents, exhaust fans for the daycare spaces, potentially emergency generators, power transformers, laundry equipment, and other building support services. None of these were described, and they should be incorporated into the noise study. In addition, the noise assessment evaluates only impacts from activities in daytime hours. It does not evaluate evening activities that may include terrace uses with ventilation equipment, and residential traffic, and it does not evaluate nighttime sources that may primarily comprise the HVAC equipment operating. The determinations of noise acceptability of the potential facility sound sources reference the Village of Irvington noise chapter, but the criteria don't include objective sound level limits by daytime and nighttime, and the noise study instead references an average of measured daytime background sound levels as a criterion for any daytime operations. I believe it would be more appropriate, and this is what we commonly do, is reference the background sound levels in individual hours that would correspond to potential periods of annoyance. The daytime criterion that they're using is based upon measurements of hourly background sound levels obtained at a single location on the project boundary in December of 2024. I don't believe that this is sufficient information to evaluate the noise impacts on all days and in all time periods. The comparisons to background levels is an accepted approach described in New York State DEC noise assessment guidelines. And these define thresholds of perceptibility to noise increases and set a limit to increases in dBA. Specifically, the DEC policy states increases of 3 to 6 dBA may affect persons who are sensitive to noise, and it specifies a limit of 6 dBA to sound level increases above background levels. The developer's noise study does not reference the New York State DEC noise guidelines, and I think they should be incorporated in there as additional criteria. We found the developer's measurements of background sound levels describe fairly high hourly average sound levels in the daytime at the one location on Strawberry Lane, and very highly elevated ambient sound levels in the nighttime, which remain consistent for some reason from midnight to 6 a.m. The developer's noise study does not describe what the sources of these ambient levels are, and, why the levels are so highly elevated at night in that location. We would expect the levels to be very, very low, considering that there's negligible traffic in the nighttime hours. So accordingly, we performed our own measurements of continuous logging of measurements of background sound levels over a 24-hour period in May of this year at 4 property line locations along Strawberry Lane. And we recorded the average LEQ and the statistical L90 background sound levels by 5-minute periods, and then we extrapolated that data into 1-hour averages for comparison to the developer's noise study. We further performed sampling sound surveys at those locations and at another location for a total of 5 locations, and we sample the sound levels in 10 time periods over the 24-hour period of logging to supplement the logging data and to orally identify what the sources of sound were in that time period. And our survey indicates the hourly average sound levels in the nighttime to be on the order of 15 to 20 decibels lower than the developer's continuous nighttime hourly data. These would be in hours when traffic on North Broadway is essentially zero for several hours. Therefore, it's our conclusion that the developer needs to amend their background sound survey data that are used as noise acceptability criteria. Or if they want to, they can reference our data that's included in the summary review that you have. In addition, the startup construction activities are not well described, or not described at all in the developer's noise study. The study states that activities will conform to time restrictions in the village code, but it does not describe the expected types of construction equipment, nor does it define the manufacturer source level ratings for this equipment. It does not describe the activities or locations on site where certain equipment might be. We recommend that modeling scenarios be developed to assess noise produced by individual and combinations of excavators, loaders, dump trucks, as well as equipment that might be needed to blast or drill rocks and drive piles and other operations. I think since the site and building construction is projected to extend for 24 to 30 months, the activity should not be considered to be quick and temporary. I think all construction needs to be evaluated to identify potential needs for construction noise and mitigations over the 2 or 2.5 years. In addition, we found that the source levels employed in the noise study to characterize the rooftop HVAC equipment are stated to be based on manufacturer sound ratings for a 10-ton size condenser unit, and there's 18 in total proposed. We don't know how these things were modeled, whether they were modeled as 18-point sources or if they did it in some different manner. It's not well described how they're characterizing the rooftop equipment. They're also not stating what the heights of the sources are above the roof, and the roof heights are not identified. So we don't know if there's a clear line of sight from this equipment to the neighbors or not. The equipment listed in the report is actually for a smaller 8-ton unit. This may be an editorial typo, but all of the information on the mechanical units needs to be clarified and verified. Conservatively, for daytime operations, all equipment should be on, representing a peak operating condition. This is not stated in the report how they modeled these. Nighttime operations should be discussed and modeled, and whereas the peak operating condition may be the same as daytime, maybe it's different. The uses within the daycare spaces and offices and corridors may change at night. So we think it needs to be a better look at the nighttime.
Are you getting near the end?
Excuse me?
Are you getting near the end?
No.
You're not? I thought you said this was a summary.
Well, it's a summary of very important points that are missing from the.
Well, let me ask a few questions, Mr. Pruzanowski. When were you retained?
Approximately April of this year.
April, and so you filed your report with us at 6:59 tonight?
We were going through some examinations of detailed scenarios that took some modeling time.
It's a yes. Did you file your report at 6:59 tonight?
I submitted it to the representative earlier this evening.
Okay. When did you do that? What did you do? You said that you did some testing, or you were here in May when you did some background. When did you do that?
That was early in May that we did 24 hours of measurement plus the sampling.
Was that 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago?
I can try and obtain the exact date here, just a moment.
I assume your report, I would have assumed that your report would have had the dates that you were here. Does the report that you filed at 6:59 p.m. today have the dates that you were doing your measurements?
Yes, April 27th to 28th, 2026.
April 27th and 28th, more than a month ago, right?
Yes, that was
Thank you.
time frame to obtain spring and summer sound level measurements. Yeah, that was
Okay.
appropriate.
I don't have any further questions.
Before you go on, actually, first of all,
I want to say something first.
go ahead.
This noise analysis was not just based on what the applicant.
I was about to say
It
that.
was reviewed by AKRF. by our consultant.
As Mary Ann Stetson's just said, that we rely, I mean, useful information from the applicant, but it's carefully reviewed by our consultant, and the final determination on what we decide is based on, we are not acoustic experts, so we rely on our AKRF consultant, and I assume that you have a staff that worked on all this, and maybe you could elaborate a little bit on the analysis.
Yes, so it was reviewed by Dan Abadamarco, who's a senior vice president at AKRF. He's got over 20 years of experience and
No, I've reviewed that memo.
Excuse me. Ashley is talking.
We had at least 2 rounds of review on the noise analysis. We did have some sensitive comments. There were revisions made to the noise analysis based on our comments. One of the questions that was raised tonight came up previously about the increase or the DEC guidance for 6 dBA. Dan's response to that at a previous meeting was the DEC does not specify an increase of 6 dBA is likely significant. It says that sound pressure increases of more than 6 dB may require closer analysis of impact potential depending on existing SPLs and the character of surrounding land use receptors when total cumulative sound levels were less than 65 dBA, as is the case for receptors 1 through 4. And the analyzed sources are intermittent, the playground and terrace uses. The predicted increases of 3 to 8 dBA, even for the very conservative cumulative analysis, would not be considered significant. So we did not find a significant adverse noise impact in reviewing the study. We did have some comments that were addressed. We did include in the negative declaration a requirement that once they've selected their actual HVAC equipment, that it be remodeled, because at this point, the building's still in design development. They're not going to know exactly what HVAC equipment is going to be used.
I recall that comment in there. Okay. So you did a thorough. And compared to, I assume, a firm of your experience, it's not the first rodeo on the housing development.
No, and the other comment about analyzing traffic, yes, that does, you do analyze traffic for noise when you have a substantial amount of traffic to be generated. This did not meet the level of traffic generated to require a detailed noise analysis for traffic generation.
Do you have a summary, sir? Bruce Janowski?
Yes.
You have a summary?
We have the extensive review of the developer's noise assessment as well as
Excuse me.
additional modeling that we have done.
We already stated that decisions made by this board are not exclusively dependent on your evaluation of the applicant's noise presentation. We rely on our consultant, and you're basing your observations on the applicant's submittals, and we're basing our conclusions on what our consultant tells us, she has demonstrated that this is not the first time this kind of project is evaluated for noise. So your whole presentation so far is based on your false findings by the applicant, but we're not relying on, even if they were false, we're not relying on it. Relying on the consultant.
Well, in response to that, I've also reviewed the memorandum by Mr. Abadamarco, and his conclusions are very much identical to the problems that I found, the deficiencies that I found in the applicant's noise study. I was just expanding on some of these things.
Again, you're finding fault with the applicant. We rely on our consultant. If you have any other thoughts, we'd appreciate it. Okay? Okay. I think we're done with that. Well, we, thank you very much.
Sorry.
All right, is there anybody, offering, additional comment? Please, even though you spoke before, please comment.
Adam Stellaro. We have our, our visual resources expert who's trying to get on the Zoom. Okay. So before you close it out.
Yeah, well, what we normally do, Counselor, is we do the room first, and then we go to the Zoom, so.
And we're on the Zoom.
Well, you brought them on. Okay, anybody on the Zoom? Oh, before we finish with the Zoom, any, Peter,
Did you want to speak, Peter?
I saw your hand went up.
You had your
halfway.
hand raised, so I don't know.
It was only halfway up, so I wasn't sure.
Evening, it's Peter McCallick, Strawberry Lane. I completely understand why you would be a little irked, the timing of this. I actually retained Dan, I think it could have been March. The big holdup was that number one, you cannot find an acoustic engineer in the metro area who will work with an opposition group. I'm sure you've heard about that before, right? So Dan, as you can hear from the accent, is from way up in Buffalo. Getting him down here
East Aurora
is an issue, right? The other part is that he did have a week where he could come down, but it turned out to be that was the school holiday, and we wanted to be precise. We didn't want to get traffic measurements that didn't reflect true everyday traffic. That was the other issue. And then finally, Mr. Varma did have something to do with it too, because he kept on putting off the decision about what units he was going to be using, and that was going to be the biggest noise generator for the project, as we understood at the time. And so without that information, Dan couldn't build the model. Right? So basically, he came down here in early May. We waited until the submission deadline to see if anything new was going to come in, and then he started writing. And it's 135 pages. It's not AI. That's just him. That's why it took so long. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter, for that explanation. And like I said, so far what I've heard, it was a critique of the applicant's evaluation, and we're relying on AKRF.
I just wanted to clarify that. So there is some of that for sure. The other part of it is that's fresh data that he's talking about. So he collected 4 loggers, 5 samples all around the site. That's compared to 1 collection point for the GZA study. So that's 9 data sources against 1.
Thank you.
Can I just, Caesar, I want
Go
to say
ahead.
something. I remember from one of the more recent meetings that we talked about the HVAC units, and as Ashley said, we noted that you wouldn't be able to tell us exactly what they would be now because you're too far off from construction. So I just want to recognize that there's a placeholder, and we know that they're going to have to be more deliberate and state the exact unit.
I'm so sorry. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And I do remember that. You guys did bend over backwards, get that information. What we ended up getting was a unit that does not actually, it's not even on the market. So we still ended up just having to kind of roll with it. But I'll stop there.
Thank you. Thank you, Lori. Good time to ask the rest of us.
Oh, wait, I have one more comment I wanted to make. In response to what the attorney for the homeowner said, that there would be no ground, or there would be no way for enforcement. You didn't say it exactly like that, but that's what I heard. And I just want to remind everybody that the annual special permit is the way that we will enforce. And before the first year is up, there are going to be probationary periods where they owe us reports. So that we think as a planning board is the way that we will enforce any negative implications from the site.
Okay, Lori.
I have no follow-ups.
Mike, you have anything else? The other Mike?
No, nothing.
Sarah, anybody on Zoom?
There's 2 people that have their hand raised, and there's also a couple comments in the chat.
Do the comments in the chat first.
Okay. There's 2 comments. They're both from John McCulloch. First comment is, can Doug Hahn or Ed Marin confirm that the project architect Peter Gator misrepresented the coverage calculations submitted March 18th of 2026 by DTS Peter Gregory, page 89 out of 111, drawing C-102, that does not include roughly 50 linear feet of the curved historic wall in the southwest corner at Strawberry and North Broadway.
Well, Ed?
I would have to look at the plan again.
Okay. Yeah, provide Ed that comment tomorrow.
The second comment is follow-up question for Doug Hahn or Ed Marion regarding the coverage calculation drawing submitted March 18th. Stamped by Peter Gregory. The drawing is to scale and shows the 2,100 linear feet of proposed retaining walls to be 12 inches thick. The applicant misrepresented this material fact in the coverage calculation total by exactly half, inaccurately leaving 1,050 square feet of coverage off the coverage total. Can Doug or Ed confirm that the scale measurement of the thickness of the 2,100 linear feet of retaining walls are indeed 12 inches thick and consequently should double the 1,050 square feet to 2,100 square feet of coverage? Correcting the undercounting of the coverage area total parentheses 1,050 square feet would put the application over the coverage limit by 620 square feet. There would be an additional 100 square feet added if Peter Gato wants to add the roughly 50 linear feet of curved section from the earlier back and resubmit the application with accurate numbers and numbers that are below the lot coverage maximum.
Those comments are more related to site plan opposed to what we're doing tonight. You're gonna take a look at that?
Take a look at it, but it's not something I can do.
Yeah, no, I know you're not gonna do it off the top of your head. You don't know that?
Look into it.
Mary Ann, that has nothing, that's site plan approval issues to the, that's not pertinent to tonight.
I don't think it's relevant. to
Yeah,
what
I
we voted
agree.
on.
Anybody else? Thank you.
Yes,
Thank,
there's two.
if you're listening, thank you.
Yeah, there's two hand raised. The first person is Matt Allen from Saratoga Associates.
Good evening. Can you hear me? This is Matt Allen at Saratoga Associates.
Yeah, we got you.
Okay, thank you very much. And I do appreciate your time, and I will try to keep this brief. I just quickly wanted to respond to some of the comments that were made on concerning the accuracy and completeness of Saratoga Associates photo simulations that we submitted at last month's planning board meeting. There was a letter submitted in advance of tonight's meeting as part of the applicant's package that was on Peter F. Gatto's letterhead concerning the photo simulations. If I could, I'd like to share my screen and just go through those simulations so we can talk about some of those inconsistencies. I assume there is a share button here somewhere. Do I have access to the share?
Hang on one second.
Okay, I see it.
Right now.
Okay, I've got it now. Thank you. Okay, so looking at you have my simulations up. Can you all see that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Just very quickly walking through, the applicant put together a new package that added to the photo simulations that we prepared to show their version of the application or the project. Our simulations that you saw last month, this view particularly looking right down the site entrance. Importantly, the photographs that we took were taken during leaf off season. And I note also that the applicant's photographs in the thumbnail visualizations that they included in their package were also taken during the winter season, evidenced by snow on the ground and no leaves on the trees. Interestingly, all of the visualizations that the applicant did originally were in last month's meeting, they showed leaves on the trees with 10 years plus growth. Now they show their day one simulations, but also with leaves on the trees. It's standard visual impact assessment practice to do leaf off season visualizations. And that's for obvious reasons. You want to show a reasonably anticipated most exposed condition. And, in Irvington, the trees are without leaves for, almost 5 months a year. So it's about 40% of the year that you'll have a greater degree of visibility than the applicant showed, which is exactly why we photographed when we did and did the simulations with leaves off the trees. So I want to point that out. That's very important. So the applicant simply walked through and compared our simulation to their simulation. And you can see theirs show leaves on the trees. Doesn't it all match the background photograph, which is leaf off? But one of the applicant's comments were that Saratoga's renderings do not include significant portions of both proposed landscaping and existing vegetation to remain throughout the property, which they say are key components of the project's buffering strategy. I'm confused by that because our simulations include every tree that is on the applicant's landscape plan, every proposed tree and every existing tree to remain. And those trees are simulated at the precise size and trunk diameter as shown on the applicant's landscape plan. I can attest to that. I did that work myself, and I was very careful to make sure that the modeled elements that I selected matched the applicant's planting plan as closely as possible. So that's simply an erroneous statement to say that our simulations leave out significant portions of the landscaping. They also say that there is our simulations are an inaccurate representation of the driveway and underground parking entrance. The configuration, grading, and visibility of the parking driveway and garage entrance are not consistent with the current engineering plans submitted to the board. They provide no specific example of that inconsistency, and I find no such inconsistency. Our plans, again, were meticulously drawn to the grading plan that the applicant has provided, specifically sheets number C301 and C302. With a revision date of 3/18/26. I believe that's the most current submitted before the board. So again, I find no inaccuracies in our work. Literally, we built the retaining walls on site using the top of wall and bottom wall grades. So I think if the applicant is going to claim that we're inaccurate, they should point to some very specific areas where that's evident. The third point that the applicant made is that there's inaccurate representation of the neighboring buildings. Specifically, adjacent structures are depicted inaccurately in terms of scale, placement, and/or architectural character, which distorts the context of the project within the surrounding neighborhood. I believe what that comment is referring to are this building here, which is existing directly behind the subject property, the buildings along Strawberry Lane, and the existing building on the neighboring property to the south. Those buildings are built to scale to the best that I could estimate from available data. And the available data that I used was aerial photographs to get the precise location of those buildings, as well as LiDAR data, which gave me the roof line, the peak of the roof, the pitch of the roof, things of that sort. So I believe those buildings are built very close to scale. They may not be perfect because the actual architectural plans for those buildings obviously are not publicly available, but given publicly available data, I believe them to be quite accurate. I did make them a simple gray color. I didn't endeavor to put accurate siding on it. I simply wanted to show them as context. So I believe that statement by the applicant is inaccurate also. The fourth point that was made was that there are missing sections of the retaining wall. So I'll scroll down to that exactly. And I quibble with this a little bit less, but I do point out to the board that there are there's conflicting information in the application concerning this retaining wall. I did not show it here because I found plans, including in today's submission by the applicant, sheet number C401, which has a revision date of May 20th, 2026 on it, that does not show that wall. There are other drawings that do show that wall. So we did not show it simply because there are plans that in the package that don't show it. But that's really kind of immaterial to the overall visibility of the project, because that wall is not a screening element, but it is a landscape design element that would be good to keep. So I asked the board to simply make sure that that wall will remain if the project is approved. But importantly, in this view, that was not mentioned by the applicant is the Hawk traffic control device. And I go to the simulation that the applicant provided, where we put it in our simulation, the applicant left it out. And it's really notable that the applicant shows a family holding a child standing on the curb, ready to step out into 4 lanes of traffic on North Broadway. Obviously, there's going to be some traffic control in that location that is completely omitted. And if I'm interpreting what a Hawk traffic control device is, it includes overhead traffic signals that need to be on both sides of the road because it's crossing 4 lanes, as well as stop lines and crosswalks painted on the pavement. That's a fairly notable visual change to the character of North Broadway. And the applicant also mentions that we did not accurately represent the permeable pavers in this area. I think that's kind of a semantic interpretation. What permeable pavers are just concrete foundational structures that would withhold the weight of emergency vehicles, and they allow grass to grow in between. So my interpretation is you would see some of that structure with grass in between. The applicant shows it more in a full growth. That's kind of semantic. I just pointed out, I don't believe our simulation is inaccurate. I think the applicant is probably optimistic in that concrete paver would not be visible, but I don't think that that's a particularly large issue. And the applicant also states that the building massing and form that we include is based on the building massing and form and architectural expression shown in our materials do not reflect the current design, which has evolved significantly through the review process. The building that we show in our simulations was taken off what I believe to be the current the current site plan documents, specifically sheet T100, which is the cover page to the what was submitted last month to the board, as well as sheets A300 and A301, which have a revision date on them as March 18th, 2026. And that is this, orange and gray building. To my knowledge, that's the current view. I don't know where the applicant got this white and gray building from. I did find a submission dated from last November that was put before the board that looks something like this. It could be that the modeler here was using an old version, or I don't know if the applicant has resurrected this type of design, but it's inconsistent with what I believe to be currently before the board. So those are some of the things that the applicant has criticized the Saratoga simulations for that I think are completely inaccurate.
Regarding the surface of the buildings, one of the things that the ARB does look at is the material and the coloring. And there was a comment about the ARB thought the architect, actually, not the ARB, the architect consultant has indicated that the color scheme and of the buildings, in his terminology, look busy. And I'm sure when the architect takes a look at this, he'll be discussing it with the applicant in terms of the materials and coloring. Again, you're talking about the applicant this and the applicant that, but we had our landscape architect who happens to be here. And if you were here earlier, she gave her opinion on the plantings. I think we were more concentrating on the plantings, and Suzanne Nolan, the landscape architect, whom we've been working with for years, and does a very fine job in protecting the interests of the village and the looks of the village in terms of plantings. And she gave a lengthy dissertation at the beginning of this marathon regarding her satisfaction. I don't want to speak for you. Your dissertation on plantings.
I think it was more, yes, it was really about the
Suzanne.
accuracy. Oh, I'm so sorry. Again, Suzanne Nolan, consulting landscape architect for Irvington. I think I had comments to the planning board about the accuracy of characterization of the existing plant material in the Broadway buffer as specimen elms, oaks, and maples, because the elms are in fact invasive Siberian elms in very poor condition. There are no oaks in the Broadway buffer right now, and yeah, and so that's and in fact the village's tree commission has also recommended removal of all of those invasive trees and establishing a long-lived tree canopy along Broadway with, native plants, native trees. Additionally, there's an argument that the specimen oaks, elms, and maples date from the mid-19th century, which I really do not believe could be true at all because of the, fast growth rate of the Siberian elms, and they were most likely planted within, in the 20th century. So that's just a couple things that, there's the issue that these are precious trees on Broadway, and I think everyone's used to these trees on Broadway, but they're definitely not, the majestic trees, stately majestic trees that are, that you called them in your letter, in your summary. Additionally, there's this discussion of the massive 20 to 30 foot retaining wall system, which really, I don't think we can even see it in your visuals. And I don't think it would actually be visible to anyone except people living in the buildings. So again, it's kind of this, jarring statement that I don't think really figures into anyone's view of along Broadway. So that was, and finally, there's the site is an open campus with wooded areas at the margins of the property. It is not. It was characterized in your memo as having a mature forest canopy, which I really, do not think that's true at all. So.
And the decisions we make here at the board are based on our the recommendations from our consultants, whether it be Ashley from AKRF or Suzanne, our architect, landscape architect. And again, just as the noise gentleman was talking about the critique of the applicant, which may or may not be true, we rely on critique from our consultants. Laurie?
I have no comment. Nothing further. No comments.
All right, we thank you for your observations. Sarah?
We have a couple more comments in the chat, and we have somebody that also had the hand raised.
Do the chat first. hold on a second, we got,
I think if the chat, I've been seeing the questions that are popping up in the chat. If they're the same things that were asked before, then unless you want them as part of the record.
We'll read them because it's hard to transcribe them into a record because we have to take a photograph of it. So let's read them so that it doesn't.
Before we do that, Ashley has a comment.
I just wanted to add something about the visual. So one of the things I think we should note is that DEC has guidance for assessing and mitigating visual impacts. And specifically in that guidance, it states that mere visibility does not constitute an impact. So I agree that having a analysis that has a leaf off condition is a more conservative analysis. That is often what we do in our environmental impact statements. We will show both leaf on, leaf off. But just because you can see the building from Broadway, just because you're going to see new plantings at the time of planting, that's not necessarily an impact. You're looking at the full picture. There is opportunity for the ARB to further refine the architecture. They have met the requirements of the zoning in terms of the sizing, the bulk, the setbacks. So for those reasons, and because of the analysis looking at the potential visibility from sensitive receptors, which would be, for example, buildings on the state or national register of historic places, because those views and the views from the Hudson River, where there are none, because of those reasons, you can reach a conclusion that there's no significant adverse visual or aesthetic impacts.
Thank you, Ashley. Suzanne, you have anything further to add on it? Chad?
The comments that come from John McCulloch. First comment is, can Ashley Lake confirm that the applicant's ANS soil analysis of the soil recommended not reusing any of the soil removed from the proposed excavation? Can Ashley Lake further confirm the ANS report further states the existing soil would corrosive to the concrete foundation and should not be reused?
I can speak to that.
The second comment is, can Suzanne Nolan explain how this quote unquote saved trees number 108, 19, 21, 42 can be saved, quote unquote saved, if all of the structural root zones are impacted by the soil disturbance boundaries of the proposed construction?
We'll answer it.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's not, I don't think that these are necessary to the negative declaration, but I mean.
That's
we
a
can
lot.
answer them, but-
Most of the chat that I've heard is more on site
Yeah.
plan approval. And I'm sure, well, if we get to that, we're not gonna forget it. They'll be back, sure.
Okay, and the last comment in the chat is, can Suzanne Nolan explain how the impact of cutting down over of 1,600 inches of diameter at breast height trees being replanted with only 430 inches of diameter at breast height? There's roughly a net 1,200 inches diameter at breast height shortage. There was no recompense stated. Why no recompense? And there's also one other comment that just came in. Question for Ashley Way with the vast.
So
I'd rather.
Well, no, Suzanne's is Suzanne, the question to Suzanne is relevant.
Yeah.
So the
Microphone.
there are many trees coming down, and the vast majority of the trees on the site are not in good condition. They are not going to be long for the world. Actually, the most plentiful type of tree on the site is Norway maple. Norway maples are not very long-lived trees. The next most, and then after Norway maple, there's some sugar maples, and some of those are being retained. The idea here is that this landscape will be renewed, and rather than all of these very mature trees dying and, you know, disappearing from the site over the years, this landscape plan will renew the makeup of the tree canopy. There will be some mature trees retained. There will be many new trees. They will grow. They are native, long-lived species. So you know, there will be an impact initially, but there's more potential for there to be a long-lived canopy on this site with these plantings.
Suzanne, I recall in your presentation that what's there now is mostly, to use layman's terminology, weed trees.
Weeds, yes.
And being replaced with substantive trees.
Intentionally planted trees, yes, because most of these are invasive species that seeded themselves on the site. And they're not long for the world. They're very, you know, over mature, and they are, yeah. So, I mean, landscapes need to be, need renewal, and this one is, yeah.
I remember another sentence in your presentation. We're not talking saplings here.
No.
4.5 inch
Exactly.
caliper is what? How many feet? Just to get a,
About 18 feet, 15 to 18 feet in height.
that's not a sapling.
No, that's not a sapling. And 2.5 inch caliper trees are not saplings either. Those are like the standard size tree that you plant. And the reason that you plant them at a size that's not tremendous is that they have more potential to become acclimated to the site and to really begin to grow. The larger the tree, the longer it takes to acclimate, and the more potential you have of losing it. So
Yeah,
it's
the 2.5 is not, it's not a sapling. Well, how size is that? That's the height.
that would be like 12 feet, 12 to 15,
That's still
12 feet.
fairly, 12 feet, that's twice my size.
Yep.
Just on this one point, just Adam Stollerow from Sci Pageant. The question of whether trees are invasive or not is totally irrelevant to the question of visual impacts. And there might be reasons for removing invasive trees, just like there might be reasons for building a residential development. The question is whether there will be a visual impact. And trees that fall over time or need to be removed one by one because they're in poor condition, which, by the way, we don't have any details about. No one can know how long any of those trees is going to last. But what you just heard Suzanne say is that they will disappear over time. That's very different from taking them all down at once. And whether you're going to eventually build a different canopy and one that's more native is totally irrelevant to the question of whether there will be a visual impact to the neighbors from this property and this development for years and years before those new trees mature. It has nothing, the type of trees have nothing to do except how they screen. We're talking about visual impacts. We're not talking about tree preservation or the forest canopy. We're not alleging any sort of impact with respect to tree species here.
I have to support Suzanne. She that's what she does, screening and visual impacts on projects. And as I was talking about, 12-foot trees and 18-foot trees are not saplings. And you did, can I ask you, I'm sure you did because you always do, in terms of the visuals, that you're satisfied with the way the plantings are. I forget the word you used, the in-depth.
Layered
look,
yes, the layered screening, planting, yes. And the one thing to also think about is the ecological value of the trees on this site, because they are terribly invasive. And if we're talking about their impact on neighbors, all of these invasive trees are copious cedars, and they share themselves with the neighbors. And so these are weedy trees that are causing a problem on other sites. And there are many reasons to.
Before you get up, I'd like you to address the fact that if the tree commission's recommendation had been followed and all 27 or 29 of the trees along the Broadway buffer had been taken down, and at the moment that we're deciding this, they wouldn't exist there. There would be no, that would not be contributing to any visual impact. So
that's a hypothetical. It's a recommendation.
it's not a hypothetical. It's not a hypothetical. There's a
Because the
recommendation.
trees exist today.
I'll pose the question and then you can. If the tree commission had recommended the taking down of those trees along the Broadway buffer. So had they been done by now, would you agree that there would be no visual impact from, at the moment, along the Broadway buffer.
No, the trees are not, the reason for the visual impact is that they're building a grotesquely large, out of character building on this site. If you didn't have trees, that impact would be larger, but you do have trees. So the impact from the present site is screened.
See, the problem with you describing it as grotesquely out of character is that it's within zoning.
No, no,
So
no.
I don't.
That's not
really,
whether it's within zoning or not. There's no rule that says if it's within zoning, that there's no visual impact to the neighbors.
but you told it grossly out of
Character
for
this
And I'm-
neighborhood.
I know it, and I'm
Right.
saying, when you start off that way, and I'm pointing out that it's totally within zoning.
Zoning is not character.
Okay.
It's also
Right.
not
The other thing, and the
totally
reason I
within
stood
the
back up
MFO.
is that there's
Thank you.
just one point, Suzanne just said that these trees are spreading to the neighbors without any evidence whatsoever.
That's what they
Well,
do.
this is.
There's
this
no,
is-
are you,
would
what,
you
is there a
like
specific
scientific
lot?
evidence?
No, is there a
Because I could
specific
give you-
lot where you're like, this, elm or this, whatever fir tree is spreading to the neighbors? Or are you just making
Can I
an
ask you-
assumption?
So are you familiar with, why am I, it's such a long night.
I know.
Right?
You're lucky you don't come to these meetings.
So Tree of Heaven, you're familiar with Tree of Heaven?
Alianthus?
Yeah.
Yep.
And so Tree of Heaven is very distinctive. You could really tell because when it's in flower. And so how do those get around? Seeds get everywhere. No one planted, a few of them got planted and they're everywhere. Now, Siberian elms are everywhere. They are throughout Irvington. It's just that you're not that familiar with what they look like. Like they don't distinctively flower. So for you to say that, oh, there's no evidence that they're leaving the site, well, they are. And in fact, they are on the DEC, the Lower Hudson Partnership for Regional Invasive Species Management of the DEC recommends containment. And they are on there's a criteria, a listing of how invasive and how, ecologically, damaging these trees are. And Siberian elm is identified throughout all of the prisms in New York State as a tree that is, negative, needs to be contained. And so, yes, it is absolutely universally accepted as a invasive tree.
I'm not
Not-
arguing whether it's
Counselor,
invasive or not.
I think,
You
Counselor-
said it was
Counselor-
getting onto the,
Counselor,
yes.
when it comes to an argument between the counselor and my tree expert, I have to go with my tree expert.
So I should read the,
It's okay.
there's a statement.
There's no evidence that it's on any of the other properties as a result of it being on this property. That's all.
Thank you. Ashley, during one of your presentations, you talked about the visuals, DEC's definition of visual. Could you reiterate that, please?
Right, so DEC has a guidance document, was most recently updated in 2018, called Assessing and Mitigating Visual Impacts, and it prescribes methodology for assessment, and it asks for you to look at potential views from sensitive receptors, and those include properties listed on the State and National Register of Historic Places, public parks, significant areas, basically public areas. So roads surrounding the site, you would look at typically. Just request that you look at a leaf-off condition. And in that guidance, it talks about whether or not you're integrating things like screening, landscaping, berms, architectural treatments that are things that can help soften the view to minimize any aesthetic impacts. So things that they've incorporated into their project are extensive landscaping, including over 150 evergreen trees around the perimeter of the property, redoing the stone walls. They'll have opportunities to further refine the details of the architecture and their color palettes, but the bulk of the building has been set in a way that minimizes its visibility and works with the landscape, which is very consistent with what was done in the zoning. And I actually worked on the MFO zoning, and we did look at multiple simulations during that rezoning to try to identify the best FAR to achieve the goals of providing more housing in Irvington while maintaining the large buffer areas, and what they've designed meets those goals and recommendations and those simulations that we were looking at back in 2018, 2019, 2020. So I think it's very, I just completely disagree that this is not consistent with the comprehensive plan or the zoning, or that this is a significant adverse visual impact. It's not. It's frankly, it's not. The guidance from DEC says mere visibility does not constitute an impact. Yes, you're going to see it. Are they doing things to address that concern, to address the neighbors' concerns? Yes. Is this wholly inconsistent with other properties on Broadway? When you think about the multifamily buildings at 600 feet north, when you think about the other office buildings that are along, you think about how there is an office building on this property right now that has, and right next door. This is not wholly a single family neighborhood. There is a single family neighborhood on Shrubbery Lane. There's some single family homes across the street, but this side of Broadway is mixed use. So I support the way this is described in the negative declaration, and I think that you have a lot to stand on.
Can I just add one thing?
Good.
In the rezoning, they specifically did not allow single families, not even allowed as a use. The use the board was going for was multi.
Thank you, Mary Ann. Sarah?
There's quite a few more comments in the chat. There's still somebody with their hand raised.
Let's do the hand raise.
Okay, the person that has their hand raised is Earl Ferguson.
Hello,
Earl, thank you, Earl, for appearing. I know you have serious concerns on this.
Well,
And
thank you.
We've heard them before, so
I know.
if you could be summarized without
Yes, of course, Mr. Chairman.
reiterating everything we've heard before.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. I would rather be watching the Knicks game. I think they won tonight, but anyway.
That's good to know they won.
And I do appreciate everyone there attending, including the applicant and all of our staff. And I know that you're weary of hearing from me, and I'm kind of weary of.
Well, we may be weary, but you're greatly respected.
Of you. I'm weary of this conversation a bit, but I just want to say I am personally in favor of affordable housing, and I would support it. Any project that would give us opportunities for affordable housing. But on the historic preservation point that you've heard too much from me about, I'm just worried about, and I would ask you to please consider, I'm worried about a precedent that we might set about the definition of what represents an historic structure in Irvington. And we as a community should be able to determine what contributes to our local historic character. And I know you've heard this from me before. I just want to reiterate that it's an important thing to, if we approve the demolition of what we as a local community would consider an historic structure, it would set a not very good precedent about other historic structures in our community outside the historic district. Are we saying if we approve this particular application that includes the destruction of a building that we as a community feel, and you've heard from us, that we as a community feel is contributing to our historic character, are we saying that unless a structure is designated by the state or National Register that it can be demolished?
No, Earl, you know that would you agree that there's a process within Irvington to designate a structure as historic? There is a process to follow.
I know.
We don't just, it's not subjective. We just don't take somebody's private property and say, because in my own mind, I think it's historic. You can't develop it.
I'm sorry, Mike. I don't mean to interrupt you. And you've said that to me before. And this is a discussion that we as a community should really have seriously going forward, because we have some kind of home rule determination about that. Are we saying that if it's not recognized on the state or national register, that it can be that we can just demolish it? If so, we will be demolishing these structures, not the developer. We are demolishing them because of the way we act on this. I'm worried about, I'm sorry, I'm worried about the other 19th century structures along North Broadway, in future development. And all of this, if we just say, we can forgive those structures that contribute to that avenue going down towards our historic village. If we can just let a developer come in and just take those down, we've got laws that on the books that protect those, and it does not comply with our local laws nor the comprehensive plan. And I'd like to know from this board whether future development along the North Broadway corridor can be reviewed on a case-by-case basis based on the preservation laws that we already have on the books, including the comprehensive plan. I would like to hear from you about that.
You can't say an effort, Mary Ann. I mean, the trustees, when they wrote the amendments, there was an effort made to encourage saving the building.
Me too, in the MFO did.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
So
There was-
the historic
they
nature
very-
was
they
not
never-
ignored.
It wasn't ignored, nor was it a requirement that the historic buildings not be taken down. And this is actually not really so relevant to SECRA, because under SECRA, it's relevant if it's designated, but you are gonna, you're eligible. You're gonna have to get to this question when you get to the issuing the special permit, because one of the special permit requirements is that existing buildings that reflect the historic character of the village, and I agree with Earl, that doesn't mean they have to be designated or eligible. Existing buildings that reflect the historic character of the village of Irvington shall be maintained or adaptively reused to the greatest extent practicable. Doesn't say they can't be taken down. It said they should be preserved to the greatest extent practicable. On this application, the first 3 or 4 months of submissions all showed the Woodcliff Manor there.
Right.
And it turned out, it was part of the development. And it turned out that as they were getting more fine-tuned on it, they weren't able to meet the requirements of fire requirements. The fire trucks weren't be able to get to it without having to create a whole lot more coverage. So at that point, the applicants went to the Board of Trustees and said, because there's a provision that if the board feels that there is a significant public purpose that would be served, they can grant additional coverage. It would, in this case, up to 5%. So the applicant went to the Board of Trustees and said, listen, can we have an additional 5% there was another, they were gonna put some kind of a plaza, but also for keeping the building, for keeping the wood, the building, because as a practical matter, the code gives a little bit of, it says you can have it, that doesn't count as coverage, but it turns out that wouldn't do enough, because there's so much additional coverage that would have to be provided to meet the fire code. So they went to the Board of Trustees and said, will you give us this additional bonus for an important public purpose, the important public purpose being to save the Woodcliff Manor, and the board did not give them that vote. At that point, they came back and developed the project.
I guess we'll be at this again when we do this, if we get to a special permit.
Yeah, you will.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I would just ask the board, what is the definition of an historic structure in our own community? If it's not structures that contribute to the historic character of our village, not depending on, an outside agency to determine that. I want that definition.
Yeah, no, Earl. I'm not denying that it could be a historic building, even though it's not designated, but the code language is that existing buildings that reflect the historic character of the village, which I'll concede this could be, shall be maintained or adaptively reused to the greatest extent practical. And that's the rub.
And I don't believe that this applicant has demonstrated every effort to maintain
Caesar,
the
let me
historic
make one other
character of
point
this
at that.
village.
At that
that
meeting,
building.
at that Board of Trustees meeting, and there were plenty of people, including the neighbors at that meeting, not one person spoke in favor, to say that we think that would be a significant public benefit. In fact, and here, somebody was there who opposed them getting the benefit.
I just want to remind you that we will be the people here in our community will be the ones who will destroy historic buildings that contribute to our historic character of the village, not the applicant.
Right. Can I make one other point though, Earl? You're talking about the other, 19th century, whatever buildings along Broadway. If they're not designated, people can come in tomorrow and tear it down. They're not
Designated by Marianne. Designated by whom? By an outside agency?
My point is, there is nothing to stop. Somebody's got a beautiful house in Ardsley Park. That's maybe by a really good architect or whatever, and I don't like it anymore. They want to tear it down. There's nothing in our law to prevent them from doing that, and any law to prevent from doing that. So, I mean, that's not to say that the law is right, Earl, but
it's really more about it's really more about us determining what structures contribute to the historic character of the village, and this is a main corridor coming down to an historic village.
Earl,
I want to make.
Hold it, Earl. If you need to do that, then you need to go to the trustees, and just like they established a historic district, and in that historic district, there's contributing buildings that need special approval from the ARB to take a windowsill off. And that's the kind of protection that you should pursue for other areas of the village, if that's what you want.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Without the historic district, that took how many years to provide?
10 years. 10 years,
right.
sir.
And
I disagree.
Hold on a second. Well, let me finish. And you want that 10 years effort, this planning board in 2 minutes, to replace that 10-year effort and say, oh, you can't touch that building.
No, Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, really. And to Mike's point, I really believe that that this is the process for determining what
We are not,
what
Earl, we're not the ones
structures
to
are
make that determination. We are
what
not the ones to make
structures are
that determination.
contributing to our
Yeah, we're
historic
going.
I
character.
personally don't believe that that house is a historic house.
We need to speak one at a time for
Well,
the
that's your personal
Earl,
opinion,
No,
sir.
but that's the problem. That exactly is the problem. It shouldn't be whether it's my personal opinion, whether it's historic or not historic. I don't believe it's historic. I haven't seen any evidence of it being historic. I've seen people who say it's an 1850s house, but when I see pictures of it, it's a 1920s house.
Yeah, we're getting into a circle argument here. Earl, I think we've covered it. We've covered it several times when you've appeared. And as I said, there are processes. There is in 144, I forget the rest of the code numbers, but it's 144 that the
For landmarking, actually,
Yeah.
a petition was put in.
The
to
petition was
landmark
put
this
in.
Property,
uh,
and because the property owner,
in-
objected.
right, and that's property right. Somebody you just it's still America. You can't take somebody's property without a due process.
We're not advocating that. And I
Earl,
would just ask
Earl,
the
it's
board to
almost 12
comply
o'clock.
with it.
Earl, I know
To
we're not
look
going
at
to.
look at our
Earl,
local
I know
look
we're
at
not
our
going to.
local look at our local
Earl,
comprehensive plan. That's all
Earl.
I'm asking.
I want to thank you for your continued effort in the village. You're a great asset to the village. And I know you're not going to be convinced on this. But we're not the arbiters, as Mike Smith pointed out, as to what is historical. So thank you. And, I'm glad the Knicks won. I'm glad you were able to watch it.
Well, thank you.
I'm glad
all
you were
for-
able to watch it because I couldn't.
I
Thank you, Earl.
wasn't. I wasn't. Thank you all for everything you're doing. Thank you.
Sarah?
There's quite a few more comments in the chat.
If they're the same questions, I would really prefer that they simply be sent in an email. For us to sit here while they ask questions like that is not the way.
Is anybody there that
It's not
wants to speak?
useful.
Are there any SQL related ones? Can you skim through it? If everything else is questions specifically about the plan and whether or not something's accurate, I think we can skip the accuracy.
Mike has a good point. I mean, the questions that were in chat had to do with site approval. You were going to say something.
The ones I'm reading are all site related, now fire truck weight and all that other stuff. They're all from John McKellar.
Not from John McKellar. the
So
site
what
plan.
I
So
can do
send
is
it
I
back.
will circulate them.
If they're site related, we're not on site approval tonight.
Yeah, I believe they're all site.
So can we make sure to note them for the next meeting and have
Well, when we do site,
responses?
I'm sure he's not going away. He'll be
But
around.
still, unless it's July.
And we'll
4th.
circulate them just.
Okay.
Thank you.
It might take a day or two.
Yeah, yeah.
A lot of stuff to upload.
But there's no one else to speak.
Nobody else is raising their hand.
Okay. All right, I think we're done. Do you have any comment, Farmer?
No.
Need one an audience.
Peter, be brief, please. It's almost midnight and I turn into, my car will be a pumpkin.
I just, thank you, Peter McCallick, Strawberry Lane, just to be quick about it. I just wanted to correct something that you said about the noise analysis. I think it was maybe your consultant that you were citing, referring to the DEC memo, what it said about what was significant and what wasn't. I think you actually misstated the DEC memo. I happened to have it here. Made it sound as if 6 dBA or more was a matter of likely significance. It's actually just potential significance. What the DEC memo actually says specifically is that in circumstances where noise effects cannot readily be reduced to a level of no significance, in other words, under 6 dBA, by project design or operational features in the application, the applicant must evaluate alternatives and mitigation measures in an environmental impact statement to avoid or reduce impacts to the maximum extent practicable. That is the DCA memo on what the true significance of the 6 dBA is. It's not likely significant, it's potential significance, which is all you have to show to get to the EIS, according to the DEC memo. You will see in the executive summary from Dan that at 9 Strawberry Lane at certain hours, the cumulative effect of all the noise generators, including traffic, Root Terrace is 8.8. So that's, again, the standard is 6. They're at 8.8. DEC memo actually says that at 10, people perceive that as a doubling of sound. I think that's relevant for seeker, I would say. Ms. Nolan, I've heard you say all night, you're talking about the invasiveness of the trees. You're talking about removing the larches on the southern side of the property, even though they're in good condition, because they would be replaced by something that provides better screening. My reading of the MFO, which I have right here, is that just doesn't work here. The MFO is unusual. Unlike every other district, the planning board is restricted to removing trees for the same reasons that the tree commission can remove trees. That does not include invasiveness. It does not include better screening. That's just black letter law here. Okay, now, I'm not sure how else I've raised it before. It's the first time I'm seeing here, so I'm just telling you. Those trees, it was just 5 years ago, the Board of Trustees, if they had wanted to see renewal of the existing canopy, they would have put that into the law. They didn't. They wanted to preserve the look of Broadway as it is now. I mean, they probably should have consulted with you, honestly, but that's just not what the law says. All right, this is going to be awkward because Doug's not here, but I consulted with a hydrologist. Then I took it from there, looking into the regulatory scheme that Irvington has on groundwater, stormwater control. You guys remember when, in that very first application, Varma had this huge retention pond in the front yard? That was before they had the infiltration system, right? Okay. So what I think happened is that when their subcontractor, ANS, came in here in June 2024 to do testing for the test pits and the infiltration tests, they were working with that earlier site plan. So as a result, they actually only took 2 tests within what is now considered the practice footprint and 1 permeability test in that same footprint. Everything else was outside the footprint of the practice. You can't do that. Can't be varied. It's just a black letter law. The other problem is that those 3 tests weren't deep enough. The bottom of the practice, again, it's all completely understandable. The project changed. They were working with a different bottom of practice amount. But then when they moved to the I-4 setup in the front, they had a lower bottom of practice. And so as a result, all of the tests aren't actually deep enough. And again, that's just black letter law. There's no variance from that. They missed, you're supposed to go 4 feet under in the case of a test pit. They did 2 of those within the practice area. Both of them were above 180. They should have gone to 176.2. In the case of the infiltration log, they should have gone by our own local code and state code. They should have gone under to 178 feet or so, and they did not do that either. Right? So there's literally not a single valid test supporting the key premise of the site plan, right? So it's particularly relevant because there's groundwater, according to the ANS log, 100 feet from where that unit is now, the infiltration system, right? So if there's groundwater at a similar level in underneath the footprint where the I-4 unit is now, then they would not actually have that needed 2-foot buffer between the bottom of the practice and the groundwater.
Peter, not to interrupt, this is in your memo that you just sent today?
No, so I'm sorry, I should have led with that. This is just a side project I've been working on. I was not expecting somebody to be voting tonight. I just happened to have one copy, which,
All that information, if you go through and Doug will take a look at it, and Ed, that's all, they're not gonna get, if they don't do the site,
speed it up. or-
subsurface.
No. If you have it running, already, yes, the answer
Those
faster.
are
And also, this
I
site
think we
plan,
can do that in site plan.
site plan
This is
approval.
site
Because
planning.
the
That's site
filtration
plan.
system can be altered, bigger, smaller, higher, lower.
What if it can't be put there because of the groundwater?
Then they won't get site approval.
And they won't get site
They can
plan
do a
approval.
mounted system.
Right, but that would impact the groundwater, right?
If they
That would
can't,
be
they
significant.
can't get the subsurface system to our satisfaction. We won't approve the site plan. It's a site plan issue.
Please, one at a time.
This is not just site plan too. Again, there's the issue with there's a setback of 25 feet for structures. This,
Peter, I know you're very dedicated to this. No. And I'm sure a lot of those things, much like much of the chat, are site plan issues. And we'll deal with them, and I'm sure you'll be standing there when we consider further on the site plan. And Marianne will go over what's next, and one of this is site plan. And the site plan has been evolving because of the fire truck access, because of the subsurface system, because of trees were interfering with the subsurface system, the trees had to be moved. And there was a lot of things that were evolving that altered the site plan many times over the last 2 years. You have anything?
Sure, here's something that's classic seeker, community impacts. So one of the projects here is to figure out what is going to be the load on the water system, correct? That's seeker, right? So I noticed that they're using they're benchmarking this as a school, which generates about half daily volume of water use as a daycare. I think that's very controversial. I mean, as we know in the traffic study, even though they're calling this a school, they are using the actual ITE code for a daycare. Nobody has given that a second thought because it only makes sense. In this case, they are using twice as much water if you swap in the daycare code. This is unquestionably a daycare when you read the state code on the state guidance on this. So
Part of the secret process was canvassing the local services like fire, ambulance, and.
The water
Yeah,
department.
yeah, we have a whole circle of them.
Thank you.
okay, what they would have been given.
It's been evaluated. I mean, but part of the process of seeker is to seek the opinion of the various services, one of which is DPW. And
We have a the water department has signed up.
yeah. Thank you.
Okay, and then I would also just note along similar lines that the number of residents projected for the building has gone up about 36% since that financial impact analysis report was generated back in June last year. That was circulated to all the departments. So it's 131 people now, instead of 96. That is significant enough, I think, to consider it's going to be more pedestrians, right? We know from their financial impact analysis that they were right on the bubble when it comes to the number of spaces available in the school system. So 36 more kids, or 36% more people means more kids. I'm not saying that it's going to change the world, but it should be looked at, right? I mean, I did point this out, that wasn't an antiquated financial impact analysis even when it came out. There's lots more in here, Ed.
Yeah, she looked at the school
Well,
separately.
this is my own copy. I want you to have it. Susan, you can keep it.
Oh, it becomes a public record, so I'll put it online.
Sorry about the typos. I was not expecting to submit it tonight, and my cat doesn't type so well. I've got just a couple more things about the I just wanted to let you know that while we were speaking, Matt Allen from Saratoga sent me a comment about the sapling issue. I just forwarded that to you guys, to Sarah. Ditto with a point that my brother made about the sugar maples structural root zone, which actually is going to be 40% affected by the construction. I just wanted to highlight too that there was this conversation about the sound analysis. AKRF is your consultant. You're going to follow their lead. Just want to be clear. So Dan was giving you new data. He was also working with the test that AKRF itself recommended along with GZA. Remember, so there was this talk about the 6 dBA delta test, and then there was another test. The absolute threshold that should not be crossed was 65 decibel levels. So again, that didn't come from us. That came from, you just made my point for me. Thank you so much. Because what Dan found is that they did go over 65 at the apartments and at the daycare significantly. They're in the 70s. So I would really think you're going to take a hard look. Might want to look at, you know, the daycares are sensitive receptors, right? So, I mean, the memo is crystal clear on that, right? So you are required under the MFO to look at the effects on nearby residents, and it was AKRF's idea, not ours, to apply that to the residents of the building, right? Think about that building where that elbow is in the crook, right? Where the entrance is, there's a ground floor apartment there that is sitting right there next to the 26-foot driveway, and 8 feet away is a crowded playground. That's where that 77 number comes from. So again, that's the DC test. That's the local test. That is a test that AKR came up with. So thank you so much. I appreciate that. Also, Tony Altamura, on behalf of INAT, emailed this memo after the meeting already started. I am just handing this in. It covers AKRF. It's a little bit more detail.
To submit documents in the middle of a meeting.
Have you guys seen this? Have you guys seen this negative declaration?
Have I seen it?
Yeah. Well, where do you think this came from? We got it 2.5 hours ago.
You saw it last meeting.
No, we've been discussing this at the 3rd meeting.
This is a new revised negative declaration that popped up just before this meeting started. That's a fact.
This was fully discussed at the last meeting.
Thank you very much.
I don't need any.
Actually, do
Oh,
you have
this,
anything
this is
to add
different
about?
now.
I mean, on the
Well,
noise,
wait,
we'll
wait,
take
I
a
don't
look at
want-
what they submitted,
Use
but,
use the mic.
sorry, we'll take a look at it, but we did have them discuss their noise study based on our comments. They did follow some guidance on how to assess impacts from playgrounds that we also had worked, that we suggested. It was actually something that we had worked on years ago. What it sounds like he's saying is that the children themselves are creating enough noise that they're hurting their own ears.
That's not, please don't. There's really no need to like.
But we'll take a look at it, and if it's an issue of windows needing to be designed to be more, to have more acoustic buffering, then that's something that the building designers can do.
Okay, thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
I think. Yeah, no, we're gonna do that now. If you have no objection. Any comment from the board? I think we're gonna move.
I have one clarifying question.
Okay, go ahead.
Peter, were you making a comment that whoever's in the ground floor apartment is gonna have too
I
much
heard that.
noise? Is that what you said? That whoever's in the ground floor apartment in the rental will suffer from too much noise.
Yeah, so,
Then they shouldn't rent the apartment.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't like
It's also
worry.
something that can be designed when they're designing their building, they can.
They
pick
could.
Windows.
But
doors,
I
and
thought
the
we're
configuration.
concerned about the impact of the current neighbors, not the potential renters.
you're, according to AKR, if you're supposed to be looking at both, that's in their February memo.
It's not to look, we're not saying that there's a significant adverse impact to the people that are on the building. We're pointing it out that as you're designing the building, you should make sure that your building is designed to attenuate noise that are being generated on site so that you don't have an uncomfortable housing situation.
So presumably that was, I thought that was based on the MFO code, which I know you, as you helped draft, right? So you know that there's language in there that the noise shall not be detrimental to nearby residents.
I agree with Lori that don't move there. Like, I mean, the fire horn goes off. I mean, if you're standing in front of the city hall, you jump out of your skin. And then the people who live there, you know, they move. I mean, if you can't, it's something you